I've been muted this whole time, huh? You guys couldn't hear anything I've been saying? Tard, we can't hear you. I kind of knew. I knew you couldn't hear me. But I forgot. I didn't want you to hear me at first, but then I forgot and I started talking. What I said, do you guys know about the CPS and the scam, the child trafficking scam, and the kidnapping and child trafficking the CPS does, and the murder that Nancy Schaefer, the Democratic lawmaker who was trying to blow the whistle on it and expose it, her and her husband got murder-suicided. This is not about drug legalization, by the way, but I want to play this song.
Once a child is legally kidnapped and placed in official safety, the child is far more likely to suffer abuse, including sexual molestation and/or rape.
Never thought it would happen to me. Get a knock on the door from CPS. It's funny cause I watch my kids like a hawk and they don't ever leave the nest. Seems weird. Maybe they been plotting with the devil and he just wanna see me stress. Or maybe the caseworker nothing but a demon and she hate to see me blessed. But I know they've been watching me and I post about guns quite oftenly. And they know I ain't taking what they offer me.
Extreme bigot, white nationalist, racist colonizer. Take his kids.
You ain't smart, go to hell with your law degree. I'm two-way and you say that that's a bad sign. You killed the kids in the womb and you can't have mine. Karen, so many abortions you parent. Now you wanna teach me how to parent? Kick rocks. My job is to protect my kids from all you swine. If you keep your demon fingers off, they'll be just fine. I got angels by my side, so please don't cross that line. God gave me these children, so my kids are mine. My kids are mine. My kids are mine. Keep your demon fingers off, they'll be just fine. My kids are mine. My kids are mine. I got angels by my side, so please don't cross that line. Listen, man, don't cross the line. I know CPS all lost their mind, and I promise you now that I'm not the guy. I got an army on my side and a lot behind, and we fight. All of my people are filled with the light. Come for the kids and it won't be alright. I know you're miserable, probably a dyke, but these kids are all mine and you don't have the right. But this happening, CPS doing the trafficking, do more harm than good and it's maddening. Y'all cackling and y'all doing the damaging, but one day y'all gon' pay the piper. Cause I know your daddy's the viper. Get your hands off of these minors, don't make me pull out the never mind. I know that you're jealous when you see my family. You can't help yourself from feeling better. But if you don't repent for all these sins that you committed, you'll be burning next to Hitler. Burning next to Hitler. My job is to protect my kids from all you swine. If you keep your demon fingers off, they'll be just fine. I got angels by my side, so please don't cross that line. God gave me these children, so my kids are mine. My kids are mine. My kids are mine. Keep your demon fingers off, they'll be just fine. My kids are mine. My kids are mine. I got angels by my side, so please don't cross that line.
Former State Senator Nancy Schaefer and her husband Bruce were found dead today.
I'm convinced without a shadow of a doubt that the parents across this country need to be warned of the dangers of the Child Protective Services nationwide.
Two-time Georgia Senator Nancy Schaefer fought to expose corruption in Child Protective Services, calling their work legal kidnapping. She and her husband were murder-suicided with subsequent full cover-up. She will not be forgotten. All right. What are we going to watch while I type this? I got stuff. Oh, no, I got some dang videos in here. So this is what I was watching. This is about Culper sent me a thing, and it was a guy sitting down with Sean Ryan, and he was talking about the same thing we talked about that was happening in Oklahoma. I didn't know it was also happening in Maine, but China is taking over the weed market. Now, they're growing illegally, but weed's been legalized, And we still have black market weed being bought and sold. And then they make the cartridges, putting God knows what. All the stuff is ordered from China to make it, all the fertilizers. You're smoking these little cartridges. Lord knows what's in there. From China. They could kill all the stoners with one attack. Put a little carfentanil into those cartridges. Everybody dead. So that's what I was watching on this thing.
Properties.
I gotta switch off. He sent me a different video with Sean Ryan, and I watched that. And then this is the same thing. He just tells the same story again. This one's probably less copyrighted though. Don't let me pull that. Never mind. This one. What's up, Steel Man? All right.
That are controlled by Chinese organized crime. And a lot of them are cannabis growing facilities, but some of them are also boarding houses. For example, there's a place in Western Maine that we investigated extensively where it was an old doctor's office. And when a group of Chinese buyers came up and asked through a translator or the member of their gang that could translate if the doctor's office could.
Now I take an injection every other week for the rest of my life. What, a pot injection? You can't get high no more because of the damn cartridges. So now you mainline in pot every week. Is that what you're talking? What are you saying? You gotta take an injection for the rest of your life. You take a pot injection? You slamming pot?
Could be made into a boarding house. That was the language that they used. So in a town where they've got 8 marijuana grows, they've got a boarding house.
I need to gather all my folders together.
And that's where the workers, eat, sleep, and shit. And at night, when it's lower risk of them encountering police, they go out and tend to all of the marijuana houses. They also have large warehousing and shipping facilities that they've had constructed along the I-95 corridor.
I totally forgot about Flocka.
Risk is
bath
getting pulled
salts
over by law enforcement with, hundreds of pounds of marijuana on them. So that's going to lead to some questions, regardless of who the cop is. So they want to have these warehouses that are like a 5-minute drive from.
So a quick thing, like an example of what he's talking about here, because I have folders, I have sources outside of just a YouTube video. I have, what is this? District of Massachusetts, U.S. Attorney General's Office, Justice.gov, District of Massachusetts. 7 Chinese nationals charged for alleged roles in multi-million-dollar money laundering, alien smuggling, and drug trafficking enterprise. Defendants allegedly smuggled Chinese nationals into the United States to work at grow houses in suburban neighborhoods, cultivating and distributing kilogram-sized quantities of marijuana. 7 Chinese nationals. Now, you may say, well, JS, they're doing this illegally. What's your point? They started doing this once Maine legalized recreational marijuana. The same thing happened in Oklahoma, and it's even worse in Oklahoma. I'm just now finding out about Maine, but I already knew about Oklahoma. The show Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone, Taylor Sheridan, damn Paramount Plus is about this. Since pot got legalized, now China is taking over they're in the legal pot market too, but they're also in the illegal pot market, but they're using the legalization to make it easier to get away with it. And you basically become a pot lobbyist. The politicians don't do anything. They turn their head to it. The cops turn their head to it. Murder rates have skyrocketed in Oklahoma. So I don't want to hear no shit about, oh, if you make it illegal, it leads to a black market. So does making it legal. We got rid of prohibition a long time ago. We still got organized crime. It's crazy. It's almost like organized crime didn't just start because of prohibition. Everybody says that. And I'm like, what do you mean? There's always been organized crime since the beginning of time. Just because they started having names like teams, they made team names, the mafia. The Crips, the Blood. The Crips and Bloods didn't start because of Prohibition. You got the Mafia. The Mafia was from Italy. What do you mean? I think that's the worst argument. I don't think Teriak's going to use the increase in black markets argument against me. That would be a mistake. But that's what we're looking into here. Zhang Jinxin, Yung Zhang Bu, Ding Gui Li, Dezhou Ma, Peng Zhuangzi, Hong Bing Wu, Zhang Rongzi. Those are the those are the 7 defendants that they traffic people. So what they do is they run an ad in the paper and it says flower clipper. And everybody knows that means a pot plant clipper. Hiring anybody. Blah blah blah. They get them in. If it's a white person, they'll tell you, "Oh no, the job's gone. There is no job." If it's a white person that speaks English, but as soon as it's some damn illegal, specifically Chinese, the Chinese, they know hire them. Especially the Chinese. They're like, just hire the Chinese. But they also probably hire some Mexicans too. But mainly, it's Chinese. The Chinese were coming in over the border. So this is also a double-pronged problem. It's not just because weed was legalized this started happening. It's not just because hard drugs were legalized that that Portland's overdose death rate ramped up by 533%. It's not just because of drug legalization, but it doesn't help. It doesn't make it any better. If you add an open border on top of that, with fentanyl coming across from China, so they send the Chinese people to Mexico with a bunch of fentanyl. They give the fentanyl to the drug mules, the Mexican drug mules bring it over and sell it on the corner. Meanwhile, but they bring the Chinese people in with them. And once the Chinese people are in, they don't want the fentanyl. They go to Oklahoma or Maine to work on a damn pot farm. But as soon as they get there, they get their passport taken and they get put in a bunkhouse. Now they're slaves. Slave labor in America. The Chinese has short knee, also known as no high knee. No high knee. Oh. You thought I was speaking. What's up, Cap? You thought I was speaking Mandarin. What's trank? Trank is I forgot about Flocka and not
I-95.
what he's talking about.
They get on I-95 and they head south.
JHO.
Going the speed limit the whole way in these nondescript U-Haul vans, Sprinter vans, transits. But there's also businesses that they control that appear to be legitimate businesses, restaurants. We've documented an owner of a restaurant in Bangor got himself certified as an electrician's assistant. And
okay, I'm not listening to this whole thing. This is what he's talking about. He's talking about in Maine. I already listened to the whole Sean Ryan show, which was longer. Dude, oh my God, so many people in this debate. Also, I heard Terry the other night, and he's like, I wanted it hard mode, mate. He wanted it hard mode. I think I want it hard mode. Hard mode would just be legalize all drugs. Once you add in regulation, you're actually making it not hard mode. You're making it easier for your side. But I've already figured out a way around that. See, regulation isn't even, there's no point to having regulation in the title because both of us are going to argue for regulation. It could be illegal and we regulate when it's legal to use it, but overall it's illegal. But sometimes, a doctor could prescribe it to you. Sometimes you can sell it to a veterinary, a vet person because they got to inject their horse with some dang horse tranquilizer. It's being used for its purpose. You regulate the proper uses of it, but overall you keep it illegal. So we're both going to be fine with regulation and arguing for regulation. So regulation shouldn't even be in the title. Legal or illegal? I say illegal with regulation. He says legal with regulation. All of them. Got a dirler? I prefer easy mode because I'm a gorl. Growl. That's a weird word. I will tell you I love you by telling I love you. What? What the? Hard prefer easy mode? But anyway, I don't think he's going to go this route. But I do expect probably wanting to attack the drug war. Usually these debates turn into either policy minutia, like going through each drug, which I kind of have a little bit of a plan, but where it doesn't turn into going through the policy of each drug and why this is not going to work. But overall, that is my argument. One of them, two of them. But what was I just saying? Oh, it usually comes down to the drug war. The drug war is bad. Drug war did not work. It's bad. I disagree. Is it this one? This guy. Yeah. This guy. Okay, this is what I want to play.
Good afternoon.
Because they talk about Portugal in here. And this is Glenn Greenwald, I think. He's way older. This is a while ago, but he does a really good opening for the legalized side. And this other guy is a doctor, so he's very smart, and he has all the studies, and he has all the facts. He's very boring, though. So I think the guy that I'm on his side loses this debate. But I just want to look, because I was listening at work, so I couldn't really look at all his studies. They do long openings, so I'm just going to let this play while I write a little bit. I know what a girl is, but I'm quirky. It means girl, but I'm quirky.
Is this working? The academic challenged. Patients are local area. Out the basics of you might constitutional lawyer, equity and justice for some. John Walter, or as the position was more commonly known, he was the drug czar in the Bush.
John Walter, and he's the doctor guy, the drug czar guy. Glenn Greenwald is the guy who's pro legalizing, and he's going to go first. Just bear in mind, the arguments he's about to make are not going to be the type of arguments Teriak's going to make. But still,
Bush administration.
One point, though, and he does it, Glenn touches on it a little bit, but he doesn't focus on it. A lot of these guys, a lot of these libertarians who want to legalize all the drugs, when they debate it, it goes straight to drug war was racist. Harry Kissinger was racist. All they wanted to do is lock up black people. It's like, I mean, don't be making arguments for my side. No, that's a joke. But but they always go to that. And I don't think Teriak's going to do that. So I don't even want to entertain that argument. I think it's the dumbest argument. It's dumber than the increased black market.
So that's it from me. Please join me in welcoming Glenn Greenwald.
Good afternoon, and thanks for coming, and thank you to the university and to the various student groups who organized the event for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. I was at on campus last semester to speak to several groups and really enjoyed it, and so I'm happy to be back.
Let's go,
I'm
Glenn.
also happy for another reason, which is that I've been on a book tour for the last 3 weeks, talking almost every day about my book. And when you do that, you grow very sick very quickly of hearing yourself talk about your book, and so the opportunity to talk about something other than my book is like...
You've said my book 18 times in the past 3 seconds, but you hate talking about your book.
Sweet candy. So I'm ecstatic to be able to have a discussion about drug policy. The war on drugs is,
here we go,
in my view, by far the
biggest mistake, the worst thing that ever happened to America since 9/11. Even though it happened before 9/11, it was preemptively worse, and it's racist.
Profound and destructive policy failure of the last 50 years.
You just knock off work? Knock off work. What does that mean? Not go? No, I just got home from work. JS, do you have a few drugs you would legalize besides pot? I wouldn't legalize pot. What are you talking about? Yeah, there are some drugs that I would keep legal. Caffeine, sugar. I would probably regulate how much of it goes in our food a little more. We put too much sugar in our food, people getting fat. Does this debate go into rescheduling of drugs into lesser classes? He says legalize them. All the scheduled drugs are illegal. That's the schedule, is how illegal they are. So he's saying no schedules. He's saying no schedule. I would, but no, I would not legalize pot. Mayhem. I'm anti-pot legalization. I used to be pro it. I used to go to when we were trying to get it medically voted in here, I voted for it, and I went to the conventions where we were trying to promote it and all that jazz. I volunteered at the conventions, a couple of them, with the pot people. Didn't know you wouldn't leave. No, I would make alcohol illegal. I would make cigarettes illegal. And then certain things, and this is the regulation, the way you regulate it is certain things you can grow it at your house on your property. You just can't sell it and you can't transport it. So if you're on your property and you want to have, and this would only apply to things like alcohol, tobacco, maybe pot. I guess pot would be okay. Even pot, maybe not. So you could grow some tobacco plants and roll your own cigarettes. It's going to be cleaner. It's going to come from a more trusted source. We would allow that, but you're not allowed to sell it. Profiting off of exploiting and encouraging people's weaknesses is immoral. I had a pot company approach me to oversee operations because I'm a pharmacist. I did not want to get into that. Were they Chinese? Was it the Chinese? How do you prove they aren't selling it? Well, they don't preemptively prove they aren't selling it. You catch them selling it. What do you mean? People are still going to sell it. Just don't get caught, because you're going to go to prison and it's going to be, and then people say, oh, you got 12 years for selling pot. Yeah, you're getting 12 years for selling pot. Maybe not, but it was local.
Every generation has various policies that future generations look back upon, not just with disagreement, but with bafflement as to how the citizenry could possibly have failed to realize the irrationality and evil of various conventions and orthodoxies. And like,
you could do that. You could have a friend come over, Chuck, and you could just give them free pot. But if they get caught walking home from your house to their house, sucks for them. They're going away. If that's a risk you want to take, you can take it. People are going to take risks. People are going to break the law, of course. But you discourage it as much as possible. You make them afraid of, I don't want to go to jail for 30 days because I'm walking home with some pot. I'll just smoke at my friend's house. But that carve-out, which was a carve-out under Prohibition, under the Volstead Act, also you'd have carve-outs for, well, see, we wouldn't have to worry about addicts. Like, if you make something, like if you made alcohol illegal today, you'd have to worry about people's withdrawals. It would be bad. So there's a bunch of carve-outs. People with withdrawals, they can get it from a hospital, from a doctor's office. Plus, anybody who has alcohol already, you get to keep all of that. So you still have that. And then, but within 2 generations, we don't got We don't got homeless alcoholics drinking a 40 first thing in the morning on the corner. Boom. And nobody misses it. 2 generations from now, nobody misses it. They grew up in a world they never had it. We're so selfish. It's all about us. My freedoms. In 1919, when they made cocaine illegal, I'm sure a lot of cokeheads were like, no, my freedoms. I want my cocaine. I need my cocaine. I'm an addict. They said, too bad. It's illegal now. Now, our kids grow up in a world where they never knew a world where cocaine was legal. Cocaine was legal? They're like, you're crazy, Dad. Yeah, cigarettes would probably be a little looser with those. I just don't want them sold at gas stations. I don't want the government taxing and profiting off of sin taxes, off of vice taxes. Maybe with cigarettes, those would be like decriminalized, less regulated. Maybe you could sell cigarettes privately up to a small amount, but then no, because then you're still incentivizing the profit, and then like Steve down the street just becomes the new corner store because he's got all the cigarettes. It's just because it's a slippery slope. Well, I'm not making the slippery slope argument. You're making the slippery slope argument. And that's a fallacy. You could go policy by policy through every drug, every chemical strain, that every substance, potentially harmful and usually harmful and addictive substance, that is ingested and causes a physiological change to the user. That's what a drug is. So you just look at all of them and you do policy one by one with each of them. But by no means should they all be legal. Is you crazy? All of them? All of them. Have you ever seen what Flocka does to somebody? They will eat your face. How would you feel riding on a bus with somebody who's been doing crocodile? Their leg is falling off. No. Stop that. That's crazy.
Like every generation, we undoubtedly will have multiple policies that are viewed that way by future generations, some of which are indiscernible, but certainly the prime one, I believe, will be the war on drugs. Advocates of drug prohibition typically cite a variety of problems grounded in drug usage and related pathologies as to why that policy is justified. And yet the amazing thing about the war on drugs, about drug prohibition, is that that policy, at best, has no effect on those problems. And in most cases...
And that guy's going to debunk this. He's going to show that we've seen addiction rates, overdose rates, and stuff like that. Since the drug war, they've gone down. He's going to show all that. And in multiple countries across the world.
Exacerbates them and makes them far worse. One of the most comprehensive studies on drug prohibition was issued earlier this year by the Global Commission on Drug Policy, and it was composed of some of the world's leading experts in the area, including people like former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan.
So that's not the Cato one. He'll reference the Cato one in a minute. I need to find that, actually. It might already be in my folder.
The former Secretary General of NATO, multiple former presidents of a variety of countries, people like George Shultz and Paul Volcker. And the report was incredibly well documented, but its bottom line was as stark as it is obvious, and that is, quote, the global war on drugs has failed. Not is failing, not is likely to fail, but has failed. I think the easiest way to understand why that's so and the magnitude of the failure is to compare it to a historical precedent, which is alcohol prohibition. Because alcohol prohibition, like the war on drugs, did almost nothing to alleviate the problem that it was intended to redress, which was the decision by many adults to consume alcohol. And yet what it did instead was spawn extreme amounts of violence in the form of gangs and others who, because alcohol was driven underground, engaged in violence to compete for dominance over the industry. And there really are only two differences between alcohol prohibition and drug prohibition that I can see. One is that it took Americans only 13 years to realize back then what a grievous error prohibition was, and they repealed it. Whereas
They ratified it so that they could make money off of alcohol to pull themselves out of the Great Depression. That's why. The benefits were vast and plentiful, and they all went right back to their normal numbers as soon as it was over. Dumb them down and demoralize them. Get rich off the sin taxes.
we are now going on 40 years of this incredibly failed drug war. And the second is that the violence spawned.
No, it hasn't gone down because it's been legalized. It's gone down over time since the drug war started. Legalizing drugs does not lower the overdose rate and the addiction rate.
By drug prohibition is so much greater than the violence spawned by alcohol prohibition. I mean, the shootouts in the street between Al Capone and rival gangs.
I didn't make a slippery slope. You made a slippery slope, mayhem. I said we could check each one and see which one's legal and which one's not, and we would do policy around each of these issues. And you started saying, but what about this? But then what about this? And then what about this? That's the slippery slope. I don't do pot, but I would legalize it. Yeah.
Is almost petty when you compare it to the pervasive worldwide violence that drug prohibition
I do pot, and I wouldn't legalize it.
has spawned and is continuing to spawn. I think in general, when assessing policy and whether or not policies are correct, what one needs to do rationally is list the benefits that a policy produces and then list the cost and then decide if the benefits outweigh the cost. That's just a general principle of how one rationally assesses the virtue of policies. So I think the way to begin this debate is to highlight the costs of drug prohibition, of the war on drugs, in part for that reason, and in part because when assessing the possible legalization of drugs, we will know that one of the principal benefits will be, by and large, the elimination of these costs. So let's look at the cost of this war on drugs that is now going on for decades. The first cost is that it has turned the United States into the world's largest prison state. We imprison 2.4 million citizens, more than
And they're all black men.
Any country on the planet by far, including countries that have far greater populations than the United States, such as China and India. I think the most striking statistic in this regard is that the United States accounts for just under 5%.
And he thinks that by legalizing drugs, consumption crime would go down. Consumption crime is what the drug users are in there for. Consumption crime is going to go up, as we saw in Oregon and in Washington. When you legalize drugs, consumption crime goes up.
5% of the world's population.
But in places where they legalize the drugs, they don't lock people up for petty crimes and consumption crimes. They call them crimes of homelessness. They don't give you an as extreme of a penalty. That's a real thing. Crimes of homelessness, which are usually consumption crimes, which are things like, burglary, breaking and entering, theft, robbery, stick-ups, grand theft auto, breaking into your car window and grabbing your CD player. That's a crime of consumption. And some cities will call it a crime of homelessness, and they give you lesser penalty for it.
And yet,
so what are they going to do? Fine you and charge you restitution? You're broke and a drug addict. You don't got no money.
25% of the world's prison population is on American soil. 1 out of every 4 prisoners is in an American prison. And the primary reason for that development, there are several, but the primary reason is our obsession with drug prohibition and the drug war. In federal prisons, for example,
shut up, Glenn.
57% of inmates are serving time on drug charges, and most of them were convicted on charges of possession, not distribution. Beyond this sprawling prison state, the war on drugs
and then they get really long times for possessing a small amount of marijuana, and people totally glaze over the fact that they're taking plea bargains. They're on like their 3rd probation violation. They probably got an illegal gun on them. They're pleading down to the lesser charge so that they have less felonies on their record, and they're taking a bigger sentence for it. I've talked about this ad nauseum. If you haven't figured it out yet, get in the know.
Is indescribably racist, both in application and effect. So you can look at a whole variety of statistics that prove this to be true. The disparity in punishment for crack and cocaine offenses is the most well-known and obvious. It's been reduced somewhat in the last couple of years, but still exists. But even in that disparity, one finds very stark statistics. The reason why crack was punished more severely, or certainly one of the principal effects, was because it was more popular among minority populations. And yet, even given that, 2/3 of crack users in the United States are either white or Hispanic. 2/3 are either white or Hispanic. Only 1/3 has been African American. And yet 80% of defendants charged with crack-related offenses over the past 20 years have been African American. The group's sentencing project issued a report in 2010 that said, quote, African American
That's what the slippery slope is.
drug defendants have a 20% greater chance of being sentenced to prison than white drug defendants. And Jim Webb, the senator from Virginia, pointed out on the Senate floor in 2010 that the usage rates of illegal drugs among demographic and racial groups are roughly equal. African Americans, Latinos, and whites use and consume illegal drugs at roughly the same rates. And yet, quote, African Americans end up being 37% of those arrested on drug charges,
Told you, here it is. Drug prohibition is racist, guys. They all go to this argument.
59% of those convicted, and 74% of those sentenced to prison. As a result of these racial disparities, he said, quote, America's criminal justice system has deteriorated to the point that it is a national disgrace. And indeed, as Americans, we've come to the conclusion by consensus that there is no more nefarious impact to a policy than a racially disparate effect, that it harms, either by intent or by effect, racial minorities more than the majority. And yet that is what the drug war was from the start, and it has gotten worse over the years, and it is certainly, in effect, an extremely racist policy. And now, that is a cost that any proponent of the drug war should confront very seriously. Then there are the economic costs of the drug war, which are astronomical. When you add up the cost of law enforcement, of arresting drug users, bringing them into the criminal justice system, prosecuting them, imprisoning them, and then add to that the extraordinary and always growing interdiction efforts that the US government engages in both domestically and internationally. It's called a drug war because we deploy our military to a vast extent in order to find drug supplies and disrupt them. The costs are in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And this takes place now in the age of austerity, when all kinds of extremely valuable services are being cut for citizens domestically in the name of the budget deficit, including services that are directed at drug users and drug addicts to help them stop consuming drugs. And so the economic cost, this hundreds of billions of dollars upon hundreds of billions of dollars that have been expended in a variety of ways over those decades, has huge opportunity costs. Think of the things we could do with that money. But it also means that Americans have received very little benefit from all that money spent because drug usage rates in the United States remains extraordinarily high. It's basically flat. Some years see a little bit reduction, but it's gone up in many categories. And compared to countries that criminalize drugs far less, the trend has gotten much worse. Countries that take a health-based approach, not a criminal-based approach to drug usage, have seen far more benefits than these hundreds of billions of dollars on criminalization. Then there's the fact that the drug war has spawned a very under-discussed and yet glaring evil, and that is the privatized prison industry. Our prison populations are simply too great due to the drug war for states to manage any longer, and they've therefore outsourced prison functions, the maintenance of prisons and their operation, to private corporations. And like all private corporations, the privatized corporations that operate prisons want to maximize their profit, and to do that, they need more bodies, more inmates. And to get more inmates, they employ very expensive armies of lobbyists to ensure that no reforms take place in the criminal justice.
Oh, yeah, and there's no drug lobbyists. If we legalized all the drugs, there would be no opiate lobbyists. There'd be no methamphetamine lobbyists, just like there's pot lobbyists now. And you know how they're going to pack the prisons? Consumption crime, junkies on the streets. Instead of focusing on the black market dealers, we're just going to focus on all these people just running around high. High. Why are you breathing so hard? The guy over here getting winded typing. Do you even lift, bro? Me? Was I breathing loud? It's 1:30. I'll leave the stream on. See you in a BK. See ya. I do lift, bro.
Justice system that would reduce the prison population. They, in fact, work toward ensuring that more and more of our fellow citizens are put into their prisons, and therefore more profit is generated. And that means, in the overwhelming majority of cases, that drug laws are made ever harsher and ever harsher. Not only that, because they are motivated by profit, conditions within our prisons are among the worst of any Western nation. It is a disgrace, not only how many people we imprison, but the conditions which they suffer. In large...
Shut up. It's like a 5-star hotel. If I was gay, I'd love prison. But I ain't gay, so I didn't like it. Ain't no ladies. Other than that, it wasn't so bad.
Part these days because our prison industry has become privatized. Then there is the destruction of civil liberties that the war on drugs has brought and ushered in.
According to some people, if you go to prison for 7 months, you automatically turn gay. I did not have that experience, I promise.
And then continues to usher in. I write a lot about the erosion of civil liberties in the war on terror, but the precursor to almost every one of those abuses is the war on drugs. The nature of the drug trade and of drug trafficking and of the size of drugs and the ease with which they're concealed means that in order to empower the police to disrupt the supply of drugs or this...
His problem is not with drugs being illegal. His problem's with the way the drug war has been carried out. Legalizing drugs isn't going to dissipate all of those problems. We're still going to have to lock people up who are using drugs. What, we're just not going to lock them up for having 20 kilos in their trunk anymore? Oh, that's fine. How about the Pot Brothers attorneys? Meth Bros, attorneys at law. JS is the king of the hole, according to his personal jail time experience. Oh, yeah. The hole as in solitary, not that hole. Jeez. Don't get any thoughts in your head, guys. Gay for commissary pay? I was never gay for this day. No.
Sale of drugs or to apprehend people who are possessing or using them, we have to vest our state and our police force with incredibly invasive authorities. If you look at the way in which the Fourth Amendment has been eroded over the past several decades, the numerous exceptions
Fourth Amendment, I wrote this down.
Where the amendment is almost worthless, almost every one of those cases has been justified and taken place in the context of the war on drugs. In addition, we have converted our domestic police forces into what are really paramilitary units, which we've all seen in response to political protest and the like. So we've empowered the state to a great degree to invade our privacy rights, to use force and violence in the name of the war on drugs, and it has begun to seep into a variety of other realms, as these powers always do. Then there's the strain that the war on drugs puts on our relations with foreign governments. At exactly the same time that other governments around the world, our allies and on multiple continents on the planet, have moved away from a criminalization scheme and begun treating drug abuse as what it is, which is a health problem, the United States has grown more focused on criminalization, especially internationally. And we've continuously put pressure on other governments to be criminal in their approach as well. And if you go and talk to European drug policymakers, as I've done, or South American drug policymakers, as I've done, you will detect incredible resentment at the United States for trying to bully and pressure and coerce them to imprison their citizens, to use a harsh criminalization approach, even though their policy experts believe that that's so inadvisable. Maybe the greatest harm from the drug war is the extreme violence that it spawns. We all the time hear about what is taking place in Mexico with drug cartels. We all know about what's going on there. We've had drug gangs in the United States running rampant within inner cities for a long time and bringing horrendous destruction and violence to those communities. The reason that has happened is not because of drugs, it's because of drug prohibition. It's because we've taken this industry and driven it underground.
Okay. Somehow I lost one of my bookmarks. Maybe I saved it in the wrong folder. I did. It's right there. That's it. Medine Plus. Okay, I want this in this folder. And then I want this from NCBI. PubMed. Are adolescents more vulnerable to drug addiction than adults? Evidence from animal models. Abstract background and rationale. Epidemiological evidence suggests that people who begin experimenting with drugs of abuse during early adolescence are more likely to develop substance use disorders, SUDS. But this correlation does not guarantee causation. Animal models in which age of onset can be tightly controlled offer a platform for testing causality. Many animal models address drug effects that might promote or discourage drug intake and drug-induced neuroplasticity. I guess it could be neuroplasticity. Methods. We have reviewed the preclinical literature to investigate whether adolescent rodents are differentially sensitive to rewarding, reinforcing, aversive, locomotor, or withdrawal-induced effects of drugs of abuse. The rodent model literature suggests that the balance of rewarding and adversary effects of drug abuse is tipped toward reward in adolescent. However, increased reward does not consistently lead to increased voluntary intake. Age effects on voluntary intake are drug and method specific. On the other hand, adolescents are consistently less sensitive to withdrawal effects, which could protect against compulsive drug seeking. Studies examine neuronal function, have revealed several age-related effects, but have yet to link these effects to vulnerability to SUDS. Taken together, the findings suggest factors which may promote recreational drug use in adolescents, but evidence relating to pathological drug-seeking behavior is lacking. A call is made for future studies to address this gap using behavioral models of pathological drug seeking and for neurobiological studies to more directly link age effects to SUD variability. So I'm looking this up because I've heard somebody cite studies that say 18 to 20, you're more likely to get addicted to drugs if you try them at a younger age. This is saying that's not totally true. Younger people are more likely to try stuff, but it's saying that it's not necessarily true. It says more studies need to be done. It's not 100%. But then I have this from, so that's from PubMed. But I have this from medineplus.gov. Which young people are at risk of drug use? Different factors may result. This is not what I'm looking for, though. Why are drugs especially dangerous for young people? Young people's brains are growing and developing until they are in their mid-20s. I hate this argument, but, whatever. This is especially true of the prefrontal cortex, which is used to make decisions. Taking drugs when young can interfere with developmental processes occurring in the brain. It can also affect their decision-making. They may be more likely to do risky things, such as unsafe sex and dangerous driving. The earlier young people start using drugs, the greater their chances of continuing to use them and become addicted later in life. Taking drugs when you are young can contribute to the development of adult health problems such as heart disease, high blood pressure, and sleep disorders. So this is a .gov, National Library of Medicine. It's NIH. But then PubMed, which is also NIH, is saying questionable results. So I have two studies here. One that isn't totally on my side, but it has some interesting stuff with some rats in it. And then one study that is on my side. It's not showing me the methods of the study, it's just showing me information. Start here, college age and young adults dealing with addiction for teens, drugs. So it's referencing to me other NIH stuff. This isn't like a study. This is like a what are signs of person has drug problem? Because of lapse in government funding, the information on this website may not be up to date. Transactions submitted. Oh, that's because Trump cut off their funding. This is NIH, so on this page, basic, start here, diagnosis and tests. Drug testing. Should you drug test your child? Related incidences. This is like a thing for parents. Drugs such as cocaine, amphetamine, nicotine, alcohol, and marijuana are commonly used for their mood and mind-altering properties. These substances also have the potential to be addictive. In some people, regular use leads to addiction or dependence, i.e. compulsive and repetitive drug-seeking behavior, despite negative health and social consequences. However, this type of behavior does not occur in all users. Many people who experiment with drugs do not find the effects rewarding and avoid them in the future. Some people enjoy the effects of the drugs and use them recreationally without ever becoming dependent. Dude, I don't know, man. Meth, don't do meth. Like, anybody who does meth is going to be like, damn, I need to get some more of that. I didn't have to eat or sleep, and I just did stuff for 72 hours straight. Wow. And I don't even feel retarded. I feel like sharp. Don't do meth, kids. It's like walk hard. What's that? What are you guys doing there? You don't want no part of this shit, do we? What is it? That's crystal meth. Oh, is it like really dangerous? No, most people can't even overdose off of it. Oh, well, it's got to be very expensive. Not actually. A $10 bag will keep you going for almost a week. Oh, well, but it's got to have a bad come down. There is no come down. You just keep doing it forever. I think I do want some of that shit. I think I want to try that there meth. Don't do drugs, kids. Okay, so this is they say that like the majority of people don't get addicted. But I don't know. The majority of people aren't trying meth. If you're to the point where you're trying meth, you're already probably an addictive type drug user person. Okay, we'll save these in the folder. We got them in the folder.
And made it illegal.
Hurry up, Glenn. When does the other guy start? I just want to look at his damn slideshow. This guy's got a slideshow coming up.
That only criminals can engage in that trade, and criminals use violence to protect their turf. Again, during alcohol prohibition, it was common to see Al Capone's gangs fighting in the streets with machine guns with rival gangs over territory. But you don't see Budweiser and Heineken shooting at one another over territories because that industry is legal and regulated. If we did that with the drug trade, the violence that proponents of the drug trade often cite to justify it would be severely reduced, if not outright disappeared.
He makes my two least favorite arguments. The freaking increase in black market crime, organized crime, and it's racist. Your arguments suck, Glenn.
An additional cost to the war on drugs and drug prohibition is that it breeds contempt for the rule of law. We have millions and millions of Americans regularly who break the law by consuming illegal drugs. It is a very high probability that a majority of people in this room have at some point in their life consumed illegal drugs. It is close to 100% certainty that almost everybody in this room has someone very important to them, a family member, a close friend, a loved one, who has consumed illegal drugs at some point in their life and perhaps even does so regularly. And what's amazing about that is that they probably have done that without any consequences of any kind if they're white and middle class or higher. So you have millions and millions of Americans routinely violating the law, which breeds contempt for the law itself. And on top of that, you have this extremely disparate impact.
So wait, so many people want to break the law, and they're going to break the law, and they hate that they're breaking the law when they break the law. So we should just get rid of the law because people really don't want to be breaking the law, but they're breaking the law. What kind of stupid argument is this, Glenn?
Impact from these violations, so that if you are relatively wealthy and white, you almost will certainly suffer no
That's always the race
consequences
thing.
from this pervasive lawbreaking. But if you are poor and/or a racial minority, there is a very high likelihood that you will be prosecuted and perhaps even imprisoned. So we have not only contempt.
What if you're poor and white and you live in a meth lab? You're probably going to end up in jail or dead, just like a black guy who's doing the same thing with crack. You're probably more likely to end up dead with a meth lab.
For the rule of law, making the rule of law a joke by having such pervasive lawbreaking, but we have an evisceration of the core principle of the rule of law, which is that we are all treated equally before it, regardless of our position, power, or prestige. That is what the drug war has done to the rule of law in the United States. And then the final cost of the drug war is perhaps the most insidious. And that is that it destroys the lives of the very individuals whom you will hear from proponents of the war on drugs they are only trying to help. So you can have an abstract debate about whether the government has the right to punish people for choosing to put certain substances into their body. You can have the argument that the government has no right, that adults have autonomy to make that choice. And what you'll hear in response from proponents of criminalization is that the reason the government has a right to prohibit drugs for adults is because drugs are very harmful, and we have to save people from themselves and save their families from the effects of drug consumption. And yet, what is it that we do to these people that we're trying to help and to help their families? We take them and we charge them with crimes. We turn them into felons, which in this climate renders them unemployable. And we put them into cages for many years, taking them away from their children and their families. Nothing devastates American communities, communities of color and of poor people, not like drugs, but like drug prohibition and the war on drugs. It is incredible, warped and perverse, that people argue that the reason why drug prohibition and the drug war is necessary is because drugs harm people, when their response is to take those people and turn them into felons and put them into cages. Just to give one statistic that underscores that point. In 1985, in America, 1 out of 125 children had a parent in jail. Today, it is 1 out of 28. 1 out of 28 American children have a parent in prison. And for black children, the number is 1 out of 9. 1 out of 9 African American children in the United States have a parent in prison. And if you add to that the people who have been in prison, parolees and others who have been released, the number is much higher. So you have this policy that is justified ostensibly to help people and communities, which in reality, it is destroying. So those are the costs, and that brings up the question of what happens if you were to legalize drugs. And one obvious answer is that all of those costs, more or less, will disappear. Now, I think those costs that I just outlined are quite overwhelming. So anyone who wants to stand up here and advocate for the drug war and drug criminalization should be able to provide you some very ample benefits to justify those costs. Now, what people will typically say is that the reason we need criminalization is because if we legalize drugs, usage will skyrocket. And typically, that claim will be grounded in nothing but pure speculation. It's from the same people who have essentially been issuing deceptive claims about drugs for decades. They'll tell you if we legalize drugs, usage will skyrocket. But they have no empirical evidence to support that claim. The only real empirical evidence that we have about what happens when you decriminalize or legalize drugs is to look at what has happened in Portugal, which is the subject of a report that I wrote.
The guy is going to show some stuff, and he's bringing up Portugal now. I've got stuff on Portugal. We got to do some research into that. It does seem that it's benefited them, but this was also what's the most updated reports, because this is from 9 years ago. At this point, Portugal is only 10 years into decriminalization. Now they're 20 years in, so I'd like to see how it's going now. But we saw it in Portland. We saw crime and overdose and usage going up. Strangely, with marijuana legalization, we've seen usage in adolescents go down. And I think the best argument for this is when mom and dad are smoking pot in the living room, you just want to do whatever mom and dad aren't doing. Here's a slippery slope argument for you that people used to bring up all the time when I was like 14 and I was a pothead and I like wanted to grow pot and I was like, we need to legalize pot. One of the arguments that was always made, this is a slippery slope argument, but it's a good one because they were right. We're watching it happen now. Once you legalize pot, then cocaine, Xanax, maybe meth. Meth's a little higher up there, but Vicodins instead of heroin, they'd be doing oxy. Basically, like the next level of high after pot becomes the new pot. So if you were ranking it, like if pot's here, then the next step is like cocaine, Xanax, Vicodins, perk, maybe some oxys, some roxys, some mushrooms. All those things now become like the pot. And then the pot's legal. Pots are like cigarettes and alcohol now. So all that next level of high is like the new pot. And it's what all the kids want to do. And their parents are smoking pot in the living room and they're like, pot's gay. I want to do some coke. I want to do some ecstasy. Ecstasy, I'd actually put a step higher, but we're going to get to that step in a second. So what do those pothead, those hippie types, those liberals, those libertarians, what do they start crying about now? We need to legalize the coke and the mushrooms. I take mushrooms for my depression. We need to legalize mushrooms. Ketamine is great for depression. I need some more ketamine in my life. Why don't we re-legalize coke? Coke's not that bad. We do it all the time. It makes us happy. It's fun. So then they start pushing to legalize those things. Then if those things get legalized, which we're seeing happen now, mushrooms are being used for depression. Ketamine's being used for depression. They say, they use it for addiction. They'll give you damn mushrooms for your addiction. Now I just got a damn mushroom addiction on top of all my other addictions. You said microdose. My microdose ain't working no more. I need a macro dose. Now I'm hooked on mushrooms and cigarettes. You just made it worse. So anyway, we move up the ladder. Now we've legalized all these things, or we're using them to treat depression or anxiety. Now what's next? Well, now heroin, crack, meth, ecstasy, freaking PCP, Rohypnol. And then once we get to that point, now we want the fentanyl. And the drugs are just going to keep getting better and better and better. And also, if you legalize it, this is another big thing. Legalizing it drives potency, and it drives potency, and it also drives customers, and it increases the market, because if it's legalized, then you can advertise. And once you can advertise, you're going to get more users. Once the government can profit off of regulating and distributing all the drugs, they're going to market the drugs. They're going to advertise it. You're going to see commercials for the damn heroin shop on the corner. No. So that's a slippery slope argument, but we've seen it in action. Why do you think they tried to legalize? We're at that level. We're at that level where mushrooms, ketamine, ain't that bad. Ain't that bad. So then they say, well, let's try legalizing all of it. How'd that work out for you? Portland. It's not working good for Netherlands either. Netherlands are trying to take it back. You can't put that genie back in that bottle once you let it out, though. Good luck.
Wrote for the Cato Institute in 2009 and presenting an update to next week in Washington. Because Portugal in 2000 decriminalized all drugs, all narcotics, soft drugs and hard drugs. And the reason they did that was because
Portugal is also a very small, homogenous nation with one culture. It's not this is a whole different world. You talk about doing this in America. You want to do it state by state and let states try it and do their experiments? I'd be okay with that. But it's not federally. No. No.
Because throughout the 1990s, Portugal had by far the most extreme and unmanageable drug problem in all of Europe. There were heroin addicts laying in the streets of Lisbon. The entire country was subsumed with addiction problems.
Now they're just laying in an injection center. And that's the next paragraph I have to write, is about the logistics of this. So I need to start writing that. The logistics is all out of whack.
And related pathologies of sexually transmitted diseases and drug-associated crime. And what they found was that the more they criminalized, the worse the problem became. And so they commissioned an independent study composed of apolitical experts that were given one mandate. And that mandate was to answer the question, what can the Portuguese government do to bring this problem under control? And what this panel of experts concluded, they examined all options with the exception of full legalization. And the only reason they didn't consider that option was because Portugal is bound to treaties that the United States enforces that bar countries from legalizing drugs. And if you're a small country like Portugal, you actually have to abide by your treaty obligations. So they weren't able to consider that option. But they did consider every other one, and they found that decriminalization was unanimously, the conclusion of the panel said, the optimal way to bring these problems under control. And because they had the endorsement of an apolitical panel of experts, the parliament in Portugal legalized drugs in 1999, and the Portuguese president signed it into law in 2000. We now have a decade's worth of empirical data about what has happened.
Yeah, sport. And God knows what they're putting in those carts. Yeah, you can get THC diamonds. Yeah. Yeah, when I was young, it was regs, mids, and dro. We didn't have all these names. I got pissed. You know what? I hate when I'm like trying to buy some weed and the dude's like, what you want? I got purple urple, white nipple, rusty trombone, gorilla biscuits. Gorilla biscuits. Where's gorilla biscuits in the chat? I got trapped in the zone. I got obsolete. I got your life is in danger. And I'm like, bro, just give me some pot. What are you talking about? Dude, this stuff's the best. Every single time you go to them, this is the best shit I've ever had in my life. You say that every week, dude. It's not getting, what are you talking about? How is it always better? It's crazy.
And what has happened is that on almost every category, Portugal went from being one of the worst countries in Europe to one of the best. In numerous...
What is Portugal doing for the world, by the way? I haven't seen any great advancements in engineering or science or the arts, the medical industry. I haven't seen nothing coming out of Portland. What are they doing? Nothing, because they're all high all the time. But everybody's happy. Their happiness metric has skyrocketed. Everybody's happy all the time. It's crazy.
Key demographic groups, like teenage groups, drug usage on an absolute level in terms of raw numbers actually decreased. In other demographic categories, it increased slightly, but far less than what other states, including those with harsh criminalization schemes in the EU, experienced. And it's, I think, counterintuitive to a lot of people to tell you, to show you that when Portugal decriminalized drugs or got...
People were like, they were saying to Teriak last night, they're like, oh, Wagir's trying to come in and get answers out of Teriak for JS. It was funny. It was funny. Not true. But Easy said, he's like, well, JS has probably done streams doing debate prep for this. I've been streaming for years. I've talked about drugs constantly. A lot. I've talked about drugs a lot. This is something I take pretty seriously. I was even looking at going to the school for addiction counseling. I figured it'd be a good place to meet women, but this is an important issue to me, okay? So, uh, he I don't care if he knows my arguments. If I've made them 1,000 times. I've probably debated with Teriak on this topic on VK. And if I haven't, he's heard me debate it with somebody else. So I don't care if he knows my arguments. A lot of times in high level debates, you actually give your opening statement to your opponent before the debate so that they can study it, and you give them all your research before the debate. It's like in a high level card game tournaments like Magic the Gathering type tournaments. When you get to the high tables, you get to look at your opponent's deck list before the game starts. That's where you get the real competition. That's when it makes it a perfect game instead of a imperfect game. It's still not a perfect game. A perfect game is like chess. Checkers is a perfect game. Tic-tac-toe is a perfect game. A perfect game is when you see all your opponent's pieces, you see the whole field, and you know every option that they could possibly make. You have all the information available to you. That's a perfect game. An imperfect game is like poker. You're kind of guessing, you're kind of playing luck. What do they got in their hand? Debates should be closer to a perfect game. And so that's why I do all my debate prep live. I want them to know everything I'm going to say. I don't have to know everything they're going to say. It would be nice, but I think it makes it funner, I guess, if the people don't know what they're going to be saying first. It's better for the internet. But for high level professional debates, you would know all the research that they're going to bring up beforehand so that you're prepared. Anyway. And if the person's going first, you would know their arguments and you could write your opening based off of their opening.
Rid of its criminalization scheme, things got better. So I just want to outline quickly the 3 reasons why policymakers in Portugal will tell you that happened. The first is that when you criminalize drugs, it creates a wall of fear and animosity between the citizenry and the government, and especially the police. That makes it impossible for the government to offer services or education to citizens because citizens perceive the government not as their friend, but as the entity to fear. Norm Stormer.
You don't have to fear the government if you're not breaking the law, asshole. Stop doing drugs.
Who was the former chief of police of Seattle and a veteran of the police force for 34 years, said, due to the drug war, quote, in cities across the country, young people, poor people, and people of color have come to view us as the enemy. And so by decriminalizing drugs, policymakers in Portugal have been able to speak to the population, offer services, reach out to them because they are no longer the enemy. They're not trying to convert their citizens into criminals and put them into cages. They're trying to offer services on a health basis to those who want them. The second reason why that happened is because when you stop spending hundreds of billions of dollars on putting drug users into the criminal process and prosecuting them and putting them into cages and then losing the what they can contribute on an employment level, huge amounts of money are freed up for things like drug counseling and methadone clinics, and ways to educate people about how to reduce sexually transmitted diseases, or provide job programs that make people not have to go out on the street and commit crimes. And so by freeing up their money and spending their money, not to put their drug addicts into cages, but to send them to counseling and offer them clinics, drug addiction decreased, and therefore drug usage did as well. The third reason why this happened is because when people now are caught using drugs in Portugal, they don't go to criminal courts with a judge sitting in a robe who judges them guilty and sends them to prison. They go to a panel composed of health experts and drug experts who encourage them to seek drug counseling and provide the mechanism to do so. And so instead of sending people to prison and turning them into hardened criminals who are unemployable, they are turned into healthy citizens who no longer are criminalized but are offered help. And what's most amazing is that when Portugal first decriminalized drugs, Portugal is a very conservative and Catholic country that still criminalizes abortion. This policy was incredibly controversial, as you might expect. A decade later, there is no controversy in Portugal over this policy. There is no significant political faction that advocates repeal of decriminalization. It is one of the sources of national pride about the incredible success that decriminalization has brought about. So when you think about drug decriminalization or drug legalization and think that the reason you're opposed to it, if not in all cases, then at least in some, is because it'll lead to a massive increase in drug usage, I would say two things. Number one, the cost of the policy that you're advocating is vastly more substantial than that cost, even if you're right. And the one real empirical case that we have to know whether or not that's true in Portugal disputes that assertion and says that there really is no substantial increase or otherwise or increase of any kind in drug usage when you decriminalize. You actually make every single problem better. And I think if I had one wish for drug policy debates, that it would be based in empiricism and rationality rather than moralizing, fear-mongering, and speculation, because I think the evidence is so overwhelming about just how destructive this policy has been and continues to be. So with that, I thank you very much, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Walters.
Okay, this is a guy I gotta watch. I need to see his slides. I screenshotted all these slides, but I need to study them real quick. He got a slideshow. I should have told him beforehand, don't do the slideshow. But he's going to do the slideshow. Look at Colorado. Yeah. Dare to keep kids off drugs. It was affected. I avoided drugs to this day. Yeah, propaganda campaigns. Advertising. Billboards. We did commercials about like the freaking kid who's like on fire or the lady whose throat's hanging out. She's like, I can't take a shower anymore without holding my neck hole closed because of cigarette smoke. You can, if you legalize, okay, this is something I gotta type up and I need to pull up my definition. We came up with a working definition for legalization the other night. But part of it includes the government now manages distribution of it. That is part of it. Decriminalization would be privatized. Decriminalization is even worse because then you just got people, at least with legalization, you could make sure it's more pure and that you're getting the right stuff. That would be a benefit to legalization over decriminalization, but both are wrong. I'm just saying, because when it's legalized, the government's in charge. And that's something I'm writing right now, and I need to find something that I grabbed the other day. Who was that doctor that I was reading from the other day? Which file is that?
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. I want to thank the organizers. They made this easy, and I want to thank them for taking on this topic. It's a topic that I know is a sensitive one on campus, and not one that gets discussed with always both sides of the issue. I think it's one of those places where people think they know, and it's worth talking about. I do believe that we ought to begin with some empirical data. I do think that's important, and I think that the arguments about the consequences and the history and what's doable and what things cost are important in making policy. Let me start with Portugal. There are a number of statements being made now about Portugal as a model and what's happened in Portugal. Let me quote David Raines from the BBC report, where Mr. Raines is the UK National Prevention Alliance executive counselor. Some of this data is hard to collect on things. We have some problems even in checking on rates of change. We are looking at, in some cases, rates of...
And this is why you can't really get into a statistics battle with this, because there's going to be so many competing statistics. And what are we doing? Studies on rats? Are we doing studies on dogs? Are we Are we just asking people if they use drugs? How are we doing these studies? And for either side, I think the stats are not going to be good or easily debunked. So I think you have to just pin down on what we observe. Like you're going to find he's going to find studies that say that the drug war was bad. It didn't do anything to help. When we legalized drugs in Portugal, it got better. And then I'll find stats that say when you legalize drugs in Portugal, things got worse, and that the drug war was good and it was beneficial. I know this isn't an argument, and I'm writing a debate opening right now to make it more than just what I'm about to say, but it's common sense. It's just common sense. That's not going to be what I'm going to say in the debate, but trust that. But really, it's just common sense. If you make heroin legal, more people are going to do heroin. More people are going to have access to it. More crimes of consumption of heroin are going to happen. And what I'm writing right now is the logistics of doing this. Oh my God. There's so much policy minutia you would have to go through with every chemical compound. This would be so expensive. This would take so long, setting up injection sites, setting usage centers, starting to regulate the manufacturer of it. Oh my God, it gets crazy. It's crazy. And also every I'll go more into depth on this, but you're going to have to rezone cities. You're going to have to property values around these injection sites or these drug exchange clinics, whatever you do. First, you have to build all those. You're going to have to rezone to build that. You can't build it near a school. You can't build it near a church. Where are you going to build it? Whatever city you build, whatever area you build it in, property values in that area are going to plummet. This is how they gentrify cities, by the way. They move the rehab and the homeless shelter right next door in an area that they want to collapse the value of so that land buyers can go in and they can buy up all the land around it. Then they tear that shelter down in that rehab, and they put that shelter in that rehab in the next part of town that they want to build up eventually in the future. And then they build up the area that they just chased all the homeless and they dispersed them. I've seen them do it here, and I've seen stories of them doing it in lots of other cities. All over America, they do this. And if drugs were legalized, this becomes easier. Man, it's such a, man, I see so many different ways to go with it.
Of change and social phenomenon that are difficult to get current real-time data. But the data that he reports on Portugal is slightly different from what you just heard. The number of new cases of HIV and hepatitis C in Portugal is 8 times the average in other EU countries now. Portugal has the most cases of injected drug-related AIDS.
That's true. And yeah, and I understand that. I understand there's problems with the drug war, right? But again, that's not just because the drug war was fucked up and it was like used to make people rich off of drugs doesn't mean we should legalize all the drugs. It just means we need to fix how we're doing the drug war. We keep the drugs illegal. We adjust our tactics. We don't make the drugs legal and just be like, well, just do the drugs. You think that's going to like affect the price of, I mean, I guess if America started growing the poppy, then we don't need opium from Afghanistan anymore. But is that good? I don't think that's good. I get it. Like, this is the argument somebody like Teriak would make. Like, why are we shipping illegal heroin over and crossing it over the Mexican border? Why don't we just make it here in America? We'll get rich. and will eliminate a large chunk of the worthless people in the population. Yeah, I get it. Sounds nice, but eh, uh-uh.
AIDS with 85 new cases per million citizens. Other EU countries average 5 per million. Since decriminalization, drug-related homicides have increased 40%. Phenomenon that are
Okay, hold on. Here's Portugal.
difficult to get current real-time data. But the data that he reports on Portugal is slightly different from what you just heard. The number of new cases of HIV and hepatitis C in Portugal is 8 times the average in other EU countries now. Portugal has the most cases of injected drug-related AIDS with 85 new cases.
Oh, so you mean you make shooting up drugs not a crime anymore? More people get AIDS from sharing needles? Crazy. Who would have thought?
Per million citizens. Other EU countries average 5 per million. Since decriminalization, drug-related homicides have increased 40%. Drug overdoses have increased substantially by over 30% in 2005. There has been an increase of 45% in post-mortem testing positive for illegal drugs. Amphetamine and cocaine consumption has doubled in Portugal, as have cocaine seizures, which have increased 7-fold between 2001 and 2006. I don't want to leave it at a he said, she said report or data, because I think that's unnecessarily confusing here. One of the burdens that I think is important for those who want to legalize to think about and to argue about is what's happened in other places, because now Portugal's being given an example, but some of you are old enough in this audience to remember if we were talking about this
The Netherlands
10 years ago, it would have been the Netherlands. It would have been Amsterdam. Why aren't we talking about Amsterdam? Because Amsterdam's recriminalizing. Now 71% of their municipalities, when I was in office, are trying to shut down the famous coffee shops. I worked extensively with both the health and the justice minister.
But you can't put that genie back in the bottle. You let it out too long.
Because the problem of addiction and the collateral problems in society were growing. In fact, what we now know is something that we didn't know when I was your age, and that is that substance abuse is a disease. We now have, as you probably have seen in various health classes.
I don't agree with him on this point. This is actually an argument for the legalizers. I don't think he should have made this argument, and I think it's wrong too also. Addiction is not a disease. A legalizer would argue addiction is a disease. Therefore, you wouldn't make somebody with a disease's medicine illegal. Their medicine should be legal to them. If you have a disease, it should be legal for you to buy your medicine. Now, that's not a great argument for a legalizer. If they said that to me, I'd say, okay, well, that's fine. We can have something be illegal and regulate it legally as a medicinal use through a prescription from a doctor. We already do that. OxyContin is illegal. It's illegal to have OxyContin that you aren't prescribed to. We legalize it. We regulate its legal use through hospitals and through doctors and through prescriptions. But it's illegal to just have OxyContin on you. You can't just have OxyContin on you. You have to go through the process to be licensed to carry it, basically. So what was the point I was getting at? Oh, so he said addiction is a disease. That's a point for the legalizer. The legalizer says, and then what? Over the counter? My disease is meth addiction. Can I buy meth over the counter? And they'd say, no, we wouldn't allow that. We wouldn't allow that. And this is what it's going to be. Any drug I bring up and I say, okay, what policies are we doing with this drug? I can't buy it over the counter? No. You're not going to sell it at the gas station, even though they do sell JHO, bath salts, the one I was listening to the thing about today, which I need to write that down so I can remember it. K7H, 7HO. It's called 7HO. It's basically super strong. What's it called? Kava. Kratom. It's super strong kratom. It's basically gas station heroin. and you can buy it at the gas station now, currently. It was the same thing with Spice, K2, JHO. It's the same thing with Flocka or bath salts. You could get bath salts at the head shop, and then they make that chemical compound illegal, and they just add one hydrogen atom to it, or they do one small thing to affect the chemical composition of the chemical strain. It just changes it just a little bit. You know, the Breaking Bad symbols, they add like a little extra hexagon to it, and now they're getting around the law. That stuff, dude, Spice and Flocka and bath salts, crazy potent, crazy dangerous. People on bath salts will eat your face off. I'm just going to keep saying that. Let me see if I can find a video of somebody on Flocka. Flocka that you can buy at the gas station. Bath salts. Let's see what we got here. A little Flocka rages. A little Flocka Ray Jackson. You like the Flocka rages? There's no audio. Hold on. Let's get more Flocka. Legalize it. Time to recognize it. This is you want to legalize this. That's demons, baby. That's demons. Yeah.
Are you on drugs? Tell me what's wrong.
Dude, that's a demon. I have exorcised the demons. She got a demon in her. Did you see her? She just did that?
What's wrong?
I was getting hot. Yes, I was. I never seen that much stuff. I don't want to.
That's Flocka. You could get that at the gas station a couple years ago. We made it illegal. Cigarettes are legal. Usage has declined due to increased stigma against them. Well, also Zen pouches and vapes. They just replaced it with vapes and Zen pouches.
As you grew up, the capacity to image the brain, and we can show you the difference and the parts of the brain that are actually affected by substance abuse.
That would be funny. I'd take a big old thing of Flocka and go into the band like, what's the bag? This is what happens when you legalize drugs.
Of abuse, which also include alcohol as well as what we usually refer to as illegal drugs. We can see the movement from a use where euphoria is the principal effect. There isn't the kind of craving, there isn't the kind of impairment of judgment, there isn't the kind of changes that result in dependency. And then as use goes on, these effects, which vary from person to person, we now know some of these factors are probably inherited. We now know some of these factors may have to do with combinations of circumstances and biochemical measures. People become dependent. Your first speaker mentioned that many of you have experience with drugs. Most people, and I agree with him, have had experiences in their families with alcoholism and substance abuse. They know people whose lives change, who became different, who are different in some cases today, although there also are, of course, millions of Americans who are in recovery. We can treat this disease. It's still in the realm of, well, this is really a moral failing, or this is something we should be ashamed of, or this is something that we can't face directly. But people get clean and sober because people help them confront this disease, because we know, and you know if you have experience with this, that one of the maybe most pernicious parts of this disease is denial. Some of you are going to go home for Thanksgiving and you're going to have dinner and you're going to have a family member there who is not in recovery and needs to be. And if you tell them and even use some of their behavior to indicate that maybe they're drinking too much or maybe their lives are out of control because of substance abuse, this is not the kind of disease where they're going to say thank you. Gee, I didn't realize I had a rash, or I had a high blood pressure, or I had diabetes. They're not going to go willingly and seek a treatment. They're going to get angry. They're going to push you away. You have to do it anyway, because everybody that I've met that's been successfully in recovery got there partly with a push on their back from somebody in the family, somebody in the community, sometimes even law enforcement. I'll get to that. In fact, the substance abuse problem now we understand much more in health terms, and what was described earlier is a kind of cartoon of what might have been possibly, if you squinted your eyes, true a while back in some regards, but it's not true today. Today there's been a revolution, and your generation will make that revolution complete, I believe. In fact, the substance abuse problem, as I brought a couple of things to kind of not say data, but to show you trends, it's been one of the most pliable in terms of social problems in regard to efforts to change in various ways. If you compare it to things like out-of-wedlock births, or you compare it to childhood poverty, or you compare it to other areas of crime, substance abuse has gone up and down quite dramatically by societal influences, both those in the criminal justice system, but those in education, those in healthcare. These three slides, originally this data was prepared by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, show per capita consumption of cigarettes, drugs, cocaine and marijuana, and per capita consumption of alcohol. And it shows you also something about this phenomenon. The consumption and the base of consumption is rooted, begins with people who are not dependent. But the volume that's consumed ends up being heavily weighted toward those who are addicted or dependent. If you want a simple way of thinking about it, if you think about alcoholism, an alcoholic will consume in a week what a non-alcoholic who drinks would consume in maybe a month or 2 months. So the volume gets, in the amount consumed, and the availability of that to be used by new initiates becomes more present as it grows. That's why initially when you see things like legalization, not only in the Netherlands, but decriminalization or control of heroin that was done in the UK, descheduling or downscheduling of marijuana in the UK, all of which have been reversed. But over certain periods of time, it didn't seem to have that much of an effect. That it took time for this disease to spread and to manifest itself in its full danger. And in almost every one of these countries, Portugal now remains an outlier, but we'll see whether 5 years or 10 years from now we're talking about Portugal as a place that's legalized drugs. The burden on legalizers is, look at the places that have legalized, they've all turned the other way. There isn't one example of a sustained effort to legalize these substances because of their health effect, we now understand. And in the old days, when people thought it was a character failing, the argument was, well, actually.
So you see cigarette use going up, going up, going up, going up. And this is when they talk about the good old days where everybody smoked cigarettes, right? Mad Men, everybody's smoking cigarettes in the office, on the plane, in the restaurant, everybody's smoking cigarettes. 1964, the first Surgeon General's report linking cigarettes with health problems happens in 1964 when it's at its peak. Usage is at its peak. Surgeon General comes out and says, this is dangerous for your health. Then we start running propaganda and ads to reduce it. 1992, federal law requires states to restrict tobacco sales to minors. And then it drops off crazily. So, granted, we did not make cigarettes illegal to do this, but when you put things in place and you put the messaging out there not to do it, and then you make a law restricting the sale to minors, it decreases. So if you made a law making it illegal, I would bet that this line would drop off even sharper. They should do the debate on drugs. Oh yeah, that's what what is rating? What is rating? Ratting? What is rating? I don't know what that means. It's a drug term. JS trying out some new drugs in prep for his debates against Terriot. Oh. Wouldn't go up because the public doesn't have good opinion of it. The public opinion of weed is overall good. If we legalized it, that sends the message that there is it would gain public approval. That's why I said that if we legalized it, the government's going to want to profit off of it. They're going to start marketing it differently. And then the public perception would go up. I guarantee you could get the public perception of meth really high really quick. It would have horrible effects in the end, but for a little while, people are going to be super productive. They're going to be getting everything done. Ratting is in your video tile? What is that? What did I title it? What? Is this supposed to say writing? What is ratting? I don't even know how to edit it anymore. They changed YouTube. How do I edit it? Why do they change shit on me? What did I title the video? I don't know what ratting is. I didn't write that. It wasn't me. Ratting is in your video title. It should say writing. What? Now I don't know how to I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to edit. I don't know how to edit my video. YouTube is different. Where's my edit button? Usually there's a little edit button right here. I ain't ratted a day in my life. How do I? Dude, I don't know how to edit my stream anymore. Writing. Oh, it's supposed to say reading. Edit. There it is. Reading. Reading rainbow. I fixed it. I fixed it.
I can control myself. I have the character to use these at will and control my behavior. We now know that that's a fool's argument. We can make any of us alcoholics or drug dependent. It's a biochemical fact. Your brain, if you take enough of these frequently enough, over a period of time, you can become dependent. We can do this for rats and monkeys and mice because they also have the same biochemical makeup. So we have a problem with something that people can use and begin to use for purposes of pleasure that becomes self-destructive. That's why you see, for example, in the case of alcohol consumption, that for alcohol per capita alcohol consumption in the United States did not return to the pre-prohibition levels until almost 1970. That it takes a while for these things to manifest themselves in the same fashion, and it does take time for them to be squeezed out of society, even with the best of policies. But they do change. Let's see if I can get this to work. This is a summary of 8th, 10th, and 12th graders just in the period from 2001 to 2007. Some remarkable things happened here. Ecstasy, oops, hang on, let me see if I can find the pointer. Ecstasy here became a much bigger problem, although it wasn't a high percentage, but you had, some of you may remember, you had a lot of concern about parties and deaths of teenagers and young teenagers. But it became something that people began to talk about and report on and direct, and it changed some of that behavior.
Don't update. Restart later. Don't update.
This is the problem with technology.
Good job.
But you also see, for example, steroids became a bigger and bigger problem for the example that
so he's saying that over time, from 2001 to 2007, people using illicit drugs went down. So the drug war is not making the problem worse. It is getting better. He's just arguing that the drug war has been effective, which I would agree.
frankly, professional sports was giving to young people. And you had more and more, especially high school aged.
Doesn't mean it's perfect, but it has been effective.
Young people using steroids. It became a topic. Professional sports confronted it, whether it liked it or not. And you saw significant changes. You also see changes in alcohol. It's not true that when one of these substances goes up or down, the other one goes the other way. There's a built-in amount of abuse. This is an example over a similar period of time of marijuana positives through drug testing in the workplace, either pre-employment testing, for cause, or accident testing. This is for cocaine and methamphetamine during the same period. Methamphetamine, some of you will remember when you were younger, was a huge and exploding problem because the making of methamphetamine became possible by individuals in small toxic labs, giving it for free to themselves and their friends. We ended up, in this case, using a policy that went after the precursor chemical that was in cold and allergy medication. Now it's behind the counter and is better controlled. It doesn't go to zero, but these have serious effects on the problem. Sorry about the quality of this, because this is actually in the current drug control strategy, which I don't have the original electrons on and had to do a copy of. But one of the great changes has been in cocaine. Cocaine availability, cocaine use, cocaine consequences, cocaine seizures as a result of efforts to control it in Colombia. This is the Obama administration's statement of what's happened to the cocaine threat, a remarkable and historic change. This shows you what happened in Colombia when that change happened. Huge violence prior and destruction of institutions, no government presence in big parts of the country, but a dramatic change in massacres, homicides, some of the dangers that you see happening now in Mexico, but when there began to be control. Now, are all these dangers a result of drugs? And that's the other argument that you just heard repeated again about prohibition. Well, prohibition.
The Andean counter-drug program in Colombia improved the public security situation and public protection capacity. It improved respect for human rights. It reduced violence and terrorism. It strengthened the rule of law. Negotiating the peace and demobilization of narco-terror organizations. Victims of massacres dropped off. Homicide dropped off. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. The number of extraditions went up, so they were extraditing more people. That's good. Homicide of union leaders went down. Colombian security forces, the government of Colombia, the national police have established a presence in all. Oh, so they, by making drugs illegal, they increased their security forces.
Created organized crime, and when you eliminate prohibition, you'll get rid of all these criminals. Well, I'm actually old enough to remember that Bobby Kennedy was running organized crime strike forces against organized crime well after prohibition ended. Yes, criminals make money on smuggling drugs, on smuggling guns, on money laundering, on protection rackets, on a variety of crimes.
And now weed's legal, but they smuggle people into America to work on Chinese owned and Chinese ran, the Sihu organization, uh, Chinese gang members, snakeheads, dang running the dang pot farms in Maine and Oklahoma.
Crimes and destruction, and drugs is one, but they don't exist, and they will continue to. They don't exist because of drug trafficking, and they will continue to exist well after drug trafficking. This shows you the aggregate numbers of how many people use. Again, these are self-reported surveys. There are limits to this data, but I can assure you the limits are more extreme in Europe and in other countries than they are in the United States. It shows the rate of use and the rate of dependency. Roughly, you have about a third of the overall users, and again, it's not a census. There probably are more users than are caught in this, who are dependent. And you see it varies somewhat by drug, but it's more or less in the same ballpark. Some drugs are more dangerous in terms of the movement from use to dependency. But roughly a third of those who are already dependent. There are roughly 20 million users of all illegal drugs in this survey. The same survey would show you that for cigarettes, a legal drug, there are 60 million users. For alcohol, a legal drug, there are about 130 million users. That is, people who use these substances once a month or more frequently in the aggregate. So in this case, when I hear the argument, well, prohibition really doesn't work, well, in what sense do you mean it? If you mean, could there be a lot more Americans using these substances if they weren't under the current structure? Yes, because we can see that with alcohol and with cigarettes. This shows you admissions to treatment by drug. You see the relative percentages, and you also see that the admission rates for teenagers have changed and are not the same as those for adults. Part of the reason for that is the wider use of marijuana and the younger age of initiation. And of course, marijuana is one of the drugs that our society is most permissive about that's still illegal. So it's not a coincidence that, but you will also note here that the amount of treatment for that compared to alcohol, which is more available to them, is considerably greater. This is a relative comparison of those who have been users, the rates of dependency for alcohol, for marijuana, and for cigarettes if used as daily smoking as a proxy for cigarettes. The amount of movement, especially when you're young. Now, we now understand that the changes that go on in the brain from use to dependency are changes that are much more rapid and much more pervasive before the age 20. That the human brain, your brains, continue to mature up through age 20 in very significant ways that affect, that these substances are particularly an affront to those brains before they reach full maturity. It's easier to change the wiring in your...
This is what I was looking at.
Your brain.
Samsung 2000. Okay, Sam. Samsung 2006 National Survey on Drug Use and Health. This is 2006. This is old, but this page can be public use files, download in PDF, documented, access public use files, code book, questionnaire specs, questionnaire showing methodology. Variable crosswalk charts. There have been changes to the questionnaire and variable definitions over the years. For those who want to make trends or pool data, it's important the variable be comparative to the period of interest. These charts list all available variables for each data set. For each one to list whether it was available the given year, whether it was comparable to previous years. Crosswalks go back to 2002. Questionnaire specs, questionnaire show cards, data set downloads. I don't know how to do this. this is a lot. Percent of past year users who are dependent abusers. Basically, it's saying the younger you are, the more likely you are to get addicted. And this is what I was looking for earlier. This definitely seems like damn, I don't have time to read this before the debate. This is This is 900 pages long. Well, I don't have time to research into this fully, but there's a screenshot. It's 900 pages of data. Damn. See, I need more prep time. That's it.
If you're under age 20 than it is to do that for people who are older. However, that change has lasting effects. My generation, because I'm a baby boomer, had the largest cohort involvement in substance abuse of any cohort we measured in the United States in recent history.
Terry ain't going to interrupt me. I've never been interrupted in my life.
We didn't just have more problems as young people or in our 20s or in our 30s. We now in our 50s and 60s have the highest rates of substance abuse of any generation ever seen before.
I'm not going to use a bunch of stats. I just want to know the stats and find that there is stuff that says what I'm saying. So I just downloaded a 900-page PDF. I'm not going to have time to read it, but I could probably search it for percent of past year users who are dependent abusers. How do you do it? Control F? Percent of past year users who are dependent. Following determination of lifetime use or non-use of a given drug, edits of the variables that establish when respondents last used a drug of interest were probably the most critical. These edited recency of use variables were the precursors for the final imputed measures that establish the prevalence of use in the past 30 days, past 12 months, and lifetime. 2006 interview included follow-up probes for respondents who were lifetime users of a given drug but did not know or refused to report when they last used it. Respondents who initially did not know when they last used the drug were asked to give their best guess of when they last used it. Respondents who initially refused to report when they last used a drug were asked to reconsider answering the question. If respondents changed their initial answer of don't know or refused in response to these probes, the editing procedures incorporated data from these probes in the final edited recency of use variables. For example, if respondents initially refused to give a report, what's potential inconsistency respondents it would be inconsistent for a respondent to report last used drug more than 12 years, but also report having current age. These inconsistencies were addressed. 91. Generally, the following codes have the same or consistent meanings across all variables. Exceptions are noted in the documentation for individual variables. 91 or 991 or 9991, etc. equals never use drugs. 93, 99. Don't know. Statistical imputations. Just trying to look for. Okay, here we go. Main effects. Age group 12 to 17. Combinations of age groups. Statistical significance. Okay. They're doing math. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to understand all this. But I do have the facts here. I just don't know. There's so much crazy math in this. This is what I'm looking at. Woo. No, I'm not going to use any stats in the damn debate.
That these changes that go on in the brain, even when you stop using, create risk factors that continue. Some people have had experience with this with cigarettes. If you've been a cigarette smoker and you quit, if you start smoking again, you do not go back to being a naive cigarette smoker. You go back and quickly get back to the rate of use you were using at the beginning. Your brain remembers those rates, those imprints that occur when you use and abuse these substances. This is what we're doing today. We're building screening for this disease as we have with hypertension, as we have with obesity, as we have with smoking, into the healthcare system. We got codes approved for reimbursement of people to ask simple protocols about patterns of use and abuse. Why is this important? It's important because, as I said,
I don't want AI to do it for me because AI is going to give me a biased answer. That's what I said. I'm not super going to rely on stats, but I will look at them. Hold on, I'll be right back. By the way, guys, this is the last stream of the goal on the Dono bar. And remember, I set the goal higher than I expect to hit. So 175, not that bad. I would have liked to see 200, but 175, not that bad. That's for the week. It's a weekly goal. So that's to keep the lights on. That's so that I don't go back to being a homeless drug addict. We gotta hit those goals. But the goal bar is resetting tonight. We did not make it. So no hot nuts for you guys. Sounds like a weak stream. You hear it from a whole nother room away. You dang listen to my stream from that far away. You heard it, right? Okay. I think I'm good on the stats. I know what I'm writing. I got to write this stuff. I want to play something interesting while I write. This was a dry debate, by the way. Is this my thumbnail? Why is this my thumbnail? Crap, I did everything wrong. This is not supposed to be my thumbnail. I did the wrong dang thumbnail. And I can't just edit my... I want to just edit my stream. Edit. Oh, shit. Can you guys see my damn code there? What the fuck? Oh, my God. What is happening? I have the wrong thumbnail. Connect your encoder to start preview? I'm the wrong thumbnail. What the heck? Fix the thumbnail. Okay. That guy, no good. What's the one I wanted to watch? Can't play Vice. This is Dateline.
Advises that the following program include.
This is gonna be copyright. They're not gonna let me play this. This is Dateline. I can't play this. What the heck is Chank saying about it?
For decades, governments around the world have waged a war on drugs.
In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive.
With one exception. 24 years ago, one country decided to decriminalize drugs, all of them, by treating drug users not like criminals, but patients. Here's how Portugal quit the war on drugs.
Normally in the streets we take out these kits. This is an injection kit. After the change of law, there's a lot of helping happening in the streets, like outreach teams, and you can feel it.
See the little cooker? See, they give you the little.
After the change of law, there's a lot of helping happening in the streets, like outreach teams, and you can feel it's more secure because you're not a criminal anymore. So I can get help without get beaten. It's very safe now. Sometimes this kind of job.
Dude, his voice sounds like AI. He just went, yeah.
The people, the community don't understand because it looks like we are promoting the use of drugs.
The Portuguese law of 2001 rests on the idea that eradicating all drugs is an impossible goal.
Because people were always going to be doing drugs no matter what prohibitions or what restrictions were put into place, a smarter way of dealing with that would be to just treat people like adults and say, okay, people are going to use drugs. What can we do as a society to ensure the health and safety of our society?
Portugal adopted an approach focused on public health rather than public order. They eliminated all criminal charges for the use, acquisition and possession of all drugs, with no distinction between hard and soft ones, as long as the quantity isn't more than what an average individual would use in 10 days.
As long as the quantity isn't more than what the average individual would use in 10 days. How can you decide that? Like a fentanyl junkie the amount that he uses in 10 days, if a fentanyl junkie has a damn $200 a day habit, the amount that he uses in one shot would kill somebody. And he uses that, he hits 10 to 15 times a day, 10 days a week. Yes, 10 days a week. I said 10 days a week. You're hitting 10 times a day, 10 days a week. That's 100 times. That's 100 shots of fentanyl, and each one of them could kill the average human being. Let's go for the gym fund because Dumpy getting lumpy. What the heck are you talking about? Beta! What are you talking about?
To be clear, this doesn't make drugs legal. Being found with them is similar to being caught driving without the seatbelt on. It's illegal, but it's not a criminal offense.
And what Portugal really did was they decided that it would be a much more rational approach to shift responsibility for drug policy from the criminal justice system to healthcare.
Dealing remains a criminal offense, marking the distinction between the dealer, a criminal, and the user, a patient in need of care.
So my name is Nuno Maneta and I'm 52 years old and I work in Cashapp for 3 years already.
Andrea Alves, I'm coordinator here at Cashapp and I am 31 years old.
I'm a peer worker because I used to use drugs. We are going to the warehouse to pick up some food that the mayor's office normally gives us to give the guys in the streets. Hello. Nuno. E em termos de cabecinha, não ficas tão sozinho aqui na rua. Eu sei que eles são bons camaradas. One of those guys was saying, I'm in a good spot. I'm doing the life I always dreamed. I said that in my times. There was some years I used to say that when somebody tried to help me. I was fooling myself, but it was because I didn't realize that there's more in life, there's more good opportunities than the ones I ever knew. When the opportunity came and I started dreaming, everything changed.
In order to support people going through active addiction, Portugal created dissuasion committees, panels seeking to dissuade people from using drugs rather than punishing them.
And the interesting thing about Portugal is that all of these services are voluntary. No one is forced to do anything.
Dissuasion committees are panels made of a psychologist, a social worker, and a lawyer, having to assess the level of addiction and risk. They can then offer a course of therapeutic treatment, they can impose fines or sanctions, and can refer the person to health structures.
People are not guilty for using a substance. I choose when I use alcohol or when I use tobacco or when I use coffee. People can choose when they use cocaine, heroin, everything, but with support and with information for people make the best choices in their lives. Toma. Mais? Dou-te os que quiseres. Queres marcar para amanhã?
Quero.
Ok, então amanhã à tarde aqui?
Sim, senhora.
Pronto, está combinado. Amanhã à tarde aqui, ok?
Tá bem. Então vá.
Tchau, tchau, adeus.
I experienced a time that the point of view was different. I get beaten for the police in the 90s. The police stole my drugs and throw it in the floor. And I get hungry in those times. I get afraid of those guys.
To grasp how Portugal even managed to pass a law like this, we have to understand the depth of the crisis it was going through. Back in the 1960s, while most European democracies were undergoing cultural and social change, Portugal was kept isolated under the Salazar dictatorship. His rule, which lasted almost 4 decades, made Portugal one of Europe's longest authoritarian regimes. While Salazar was replaced in 1968, his regime, the Estado Novo, was only overthrown in 1974 with the Carnation Revolution. This coincided with the start of a severe economic depression. As Portugal was grappling with its newfound freedoms, in the early 80s, heroin started flooding the European continent and found Portugal unprepared. By the 1990s, an estimated 1% of the population was addicted to heroin, contributing to one of the worst HIV epidemics in the European continent.
Something had to be done. Putting people in jail, telling people that they can't use drugs, and prohibiting them from using it, these kinds of very classic ways of trying to deal with drug problems in most societies, was untenable and wasn't working. It was a critical situation in Portugal, and I think they were a little more willing to try a more dramatic measure.
Cool, but you might be asking yourself, how does Portugal pay for it? A 2015 study found that this law actually saved the country some money. The social cost of drug use fell by 18% in the first 10 years of the policy. This is particularly linked with a significant reduction in the costs associated with criminal proceedings, showing that addiction treatment is much less expensive than imprisonment. Of course, there were a few bumps on the road.
Portugal, when the policy was initiated, was in better financial straits than 10 years later when the global financial crisis hit. And this actually had an impact on the policy.
Portugal has had to heavily rely on civil society organizations and non-profits to keep up all of the support work it does in its communities. Crescer is an example of that, and so is GATT, an NGO focused on helping people with hepatitis, HIV and AIDS, and it's also responsible for opening the first supervised consumption room in Portugal.
Eu acho que esta sala é
For first supervised consumption room, that's what I was just writing about. Injection sites or consumption rooms is what they call them.
um pouco diferente, porque é uma sala que é liderada por pares, por pessoas que tiveram elas próprias uma experiência de consumo. É um modelo menos medicalizado e mais comunitário. Claro que esta equipa de pares que gera a sala conta com o apoio dos médicos e enfermeiros e um sítio que é...
Sorry, I don't know if you guys can read the captions. Look, somebody wrote "Women use drugs" on that wall. That's some good graffiti right there. People who use drugs are very comfortable here. Wow.
Muito confortável para quem usa drogas, porque é um sítio onde as pessoas não são discriminadas, podem falar abertamente sobre o consumo de drogas, podem ter material, podem ter educação.
They can openly talk about using drugs. They can have clean tools that they ask for.
Podem falar com os seus pares, não é? Com pessoas que estão na equipa e que são pares.
Chamo-me João de Santa Maria, tenho 54 anos. A minha função aqui no Emoraria é a responsável das salas de consumo. E então, quando comecei a trabalhar aqui, disseram-me que eu ia ter um trabalho de par. Eu nem sabia muito bem o que era ser par. Depois, ao longo dos anos, percebi que, afinal, par fui eu a minha vida toda. Podes traduzir. Aqui tem um espaço tranquilo, seguro, onde podem receber alguma educação para o consumo, porque as pessoas que consomem drogas injetadas não são enfermeiros nem médicos e, portanto, aprenderam a...
So you're just a fancy junkie.
Consumir drogas injetadas com alguém que não sabia consumir e, portanto, aqui é um sítio onde as pessoas realmente podem vir buscar informação e formas mais seguras.
This is crazy, dude. You guys people don't understand. People don't understand.
Consumirem drogas.
I don't want to stop on that. People don't understand that when you're like deep in the shit, your veins start to hide from you. Your veins will run from you. You won't have veins anymore. Like, it's crazy that I have veins now. Like, when I'm talking about I'm small, I can flex and I can see my veins. For many years, I couldn't see my veins because they were hiding from me. It gets to the point this is from, I've seen this and I've been there. It gets to the point where it takes you like 4 hours to hit. And man, I'm trying to, it's a safe injection site. Dude, some of these people are hitting 10, 15, 20 times a day. All day they're hitting. When I say hitting, I mean injecting. And then they can't find a vein. Doctors can't find. When I went to the damn methadone clinic, they couldn't take my blood because they couldn't find a vein. And they're like, "Well, how do you do it?" And I was like, "Well, I go to my palms of my hands, my knuckles, my feet, my toes, my forehead one time. I find a way." And they're like, "Well, we can't do all that." And I was like, "Yeah, I know." So they never got to take my blood. My point is, these people in these rooms, like, no, you can't. No, this is ridiculous. Is there another place, state, nation similar to Portugal in this situation, or is this the only case? Well, there's Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and they're trying to close the coffee shops because it just doesn't do good. And then there's Portland. There's Washington and Oregon. And they had horrible results when they tried it here in America. But I guess it works great in Portugal.
Que agora até passou a ser muito usada, mas que eu aprendi a Narcóticos Anónimos, é nada sobre nós sem nós. E, portanto, fazerem algo que nós não estejamos...
Not to mention, 60... Hold on, I have it in a note in my phone. 60 or 75, 60% of homeless people reject help. Meaning, they don't want to shoot up in your little room. 60% of them don't want to shoot up in the little room. They want to shoot up outside on the sidewalk. Part of the reason they're homeless is because they don't like being in environments like that.
Sejamos presentes e que nós também não possamos opinar, acho que não faz assim grande sentido, pelo menos para mim.
In the 24 years since its passing, the Portuguese approach has become a model, and for good reason. Drug-related deaths, originally comparable to the EU average, have since plummeted.
And see, we just saw a thing that said that homicides increased. So they just changed the way they count things.
They increased across the rest of Europe in the same time frame. In 2001, Portuguese people who used drugs accounted for 50% of new HIV diagnoses in Europe. By 2019, this number had decreased to 1.68%. This also had an effect on the country's prison population. The percentage of sentences for drug addiction went from 40 to 15% in less than 2 decades.
Se a pessoa estiver a viver na rua, não tiver apoio e for muito discriminada pela sociedade, o seu uso de drogas vai se tornar bastante mais arriscado. Mas se a pessoa tiver o uso de drogas integrado na sua vida, se conseguir falar sobre isso sem ser discriminada ou julgada.
If the person can take the drug without being discriminated against or judged, it's a much smaller risk. Wow.
Nós pensamos que dessa maneira a pessoa vai ter muito menor risco.
So why isn't the world copying them? In the American
Because it's retarded.
State of Oregon, for example, legislators looked at Portugal and passed a law in 2020 decriminalizing all drugs and allocating millions of dollars for harm reduction. The experiment was shut down in 2024 after Oregon recorded a 1,500% increase in overdose deaths since the beginning of the policy, the steepest increase ever recorded in the state.
Some of the increases...
What's crazy is that now because of fent, I see less needles on the ground and I see more tutors on the ground. So even the drug addicts, even the homeless drug addicts have figured out we can't shoot this stuff. It's too strong. Some of them do, a lot of them do, but a lot of them haven't. So they're smoking it instead, which is even, well, that's debatable if it's worse for you. And I'm not going to go into all that stuff, but that's a whole nother debate in itself, is ingestion methods and what the cleanest and safest and best way is. Spoiler alert. when done right, never mind. I don't want to. I don't want to go into that, but um, they're smoking more than they're shooting now. Is maybe not on average, but there's a larger because I see tutors and straws cut up on the ground all over the place. If you see a red straw that's about 3 inches long that's been cut at an angle on the ground, people aren't just cutting their Slurpee straws to drink their Slurpee. That's a tutor. That's somebody who's using that to smoke off of a foil.
That we saw in drug.
And by the way, Utah, I do not agree with any of this. This is all bad. I am anti-drug legalization. I think it's super harmful, and that's what we're talking about today. I'm not endorsing or encouraging any of this just because I'm talking about it. I have experience with it. I'm very anti this. I want to make that clear because I've heard of people's channels getting hit because they were endorsing drugs. I would never endorse none of this.
Use in Oregon that were really about COVID, and also a recent study came out pointing out that fentanyl swept across the U.S. and swept across Oregon right as this policy went into effect. Statistically, this was much more related.
So see, this is what they say. So we see that when Oregon legalized drugs, overdose deaths skyrocketed. Overdose, I have it written down. I have it right here, but there's another stat that goes with this. So overdoses increased by, I believe, 20%. Synthetic opioid related overdose death increased by 533%. And it happened right when they legalized. Now, people will say that's not because of legalization. That's because of COVID and fentanyl. But fentanyl was already making its way into there before they legalized. I heard of fentanyl when I was on the streets in 2018. So they legalized 2020, and then I believe 2023 they got rid of it. But the stats say their overdose deaths increased 533% from 2019 to 2022. The majority of that time is when they had their decriminalization. So I think that first year, there wasn't a big increase. They just add that to the stats so that they can make this argument, so that they could say, well, it's not because we legalized drugs, it's because fentanyl came in. But fentanyl was already coming in. Your overdose death skyrocketed because you decriminalized people shooting up fentanyl in the street. COVID plays a role. Fentanyl plays a role. But the numbers don't suggest that because we still have fentanyl. But your numbers are going down. They've plummeted since you recriminalized it. Duh. Who would have guessed? That lady's crazy. That's like if you don't shame people for doing something wrong, then they will not do something wrong. Yeah, she's an idiot. She's a Portuguese feminist.
To fentanyl than it was to the drug policy taking place.
In Europe, the Czech Republic and the Netherlands have implemented decriminalization to a certain degree. But to this day, Portugal remains the only country in the world to have decriminalized all drugs.
I think that the reason that maybe more countries have not adopted whole-scale changes the way that Portugal has is a political decision. There's a difference between a solution to a problem that has political success versus a solution to a problem that has...
Right. And this was an argument I heard somebody make in another debate. He said, Portugal decriminalizing the drugs, it led to less... Wait, what did he say? I forget what he said. He said It didn't. It does. It's not. It doesn't have high approval ratings. The people there don't like it, and more drug users die. So it's a success if you're okay with more drug users dying, and it's a failure if you think that what the people agree with matters. But I don't have a folder.
Demonstrable positive healthcare outcomes.
Sem dúvida que a criminalização não ajuda ninguém. Não ajuda as pessoas que consomem e eu acho que também não ajuda a sociedade como um todo.
She knows it doesn't help the user, but she doesn't think it helps society as a whole. What you think is wrong. What you know, yeah, of course, criminalizing drugs doesn't help the drug user do drugs. You're right. It's going to hurt their happiness metric when they end up in jail.
A decade in drugs, it will be a process until the rest of life. Because now I know that life is like this. You cannot stop, never. You just search for the next target and search for the next song.
This is 10 minutes. It's a 10-minute debate. I need to write quite a bit more. These aren't. What do I need? 3.5 pages is 10 minutes. I'm at 2 pages. No. No, 2.5 pages. 3.5? No, not 3.5 pages. Hold up. Word count. 866. So this is only a 5-minute opening right here. I'm not going to hit the 10 minutes, I don't think. Otherwise, I'm just going to be talking and talking and talking. I'd rather just save that for the opening. But I do like to fill my opening time. I don't have near 10 minutes. What is the... I use my debate with Mosman as a comparison because that was perfectly 10 minutes and it's 1,600 words. Google Docs. Okay. The Mosman one is 2.5 pages. But the font is 11. I'm using font. Yeah, I need quite a bit more. This is 800 words, the one with Mosman. Maybe I can make my... Still need to build on this one a little more. Facilities. School. Building these facilities leads to... Serious city planning. How do you spell serious? Why so serious? I feel like I'm leaving things out of this first paragraph, though. The second one. I don't know, my last closing paragraph. I'm pretty much on the last paragraph, but I'm a little under. I'm under 10 minutes. I mean, I don't have to go for a full 10 minutes, but just do one page and read it real slow. So is your argument safer for the public? I'd say yes. Yes. How does this affect the legal system if decriminalized opposed to not being decriminalized? So there's a difference between decriminalization, legalization, and regulation. Regulation, something could be illegal and still have regulation. Something could be legal and have regulation. Something could be decriminalized but have regulations. So regulation is really, I don't even think regulation should be in the title of the prompt. That's what I said to Easy. I was like, did he ask for this prompt? Because why are we putting regulation in the title? Because of course we're going to have regulation, whether it's legal, illegal, decriminalized. Of course there's going to be regulation. But decriminalized means you don't get in trouble for having it and using it. Now, decriminalized could still come with, it's not criminal. You could still get a civil penalty. You could get a fine. It could be like it'd be like a ticket you have to pay. So there could still be penalties if it's decriminalized, just not criminal penalties. So, civil penalties you could get hit with. But the problem with decriminalization is it's not illegal to have it and use it, but since it's not legal to manufacture, then the drugs that you have and that you're using are coming from illicit sources. If we legalize it, now the drugs that you have and use are coming from the government, essentially. Legal means, basically, so capitalism, you could still have private sales, but they're going to have to go through the government to get registered, to get accredited, to get the ability to sell the drugs. They would have to go through the government. The government's going to regulate this. The government's going to oversee it. Logistically, it's a nightmare, and that's what I'm making an argument for the logistics of setting this up and what it would do to society. Like, my first argument is of course social harm. Well, I have 3 arguments. I'm making an ethical argument and then 2 policy arguments. The policy argument, first policy is social harm, pragmatically, utilitarianly, it's bad for society. And then second is the logistics of setting this up is insane. It's ridiculous and it's not going to work. That's pretty much where I'm coming at it from. But really, I'm setting up I'm setting up arguments for why we should keep we should prohibit these drugs, but I don't even have to do that. I'm just doing that to fill time in the 10 minutes that I'm going to lay out some arguments for why this is a bad idea. But really, it's my job to shut down his arguments and to show that at least one drug should be illegal. If I can show that at least one drug should be illegal, so my opening is not going to revolve around that. That's what we'll get into in the open conversation. My opening is just to basically say, this is where I'm coming from. This is why we shouldn't do it. He doesn't even have to. I mean, he should, if he's good, he should rebuttal my arguments, but he doesn't have to rebuttal my arguments. I don't have to make any arguments. All I have to do is attack his arguments. But you know, it's an opening. So my opening, I'm going in cold. I don't know his arguments yet. My rebuttal is where I will attack his arguments. You'll see how I do it. While he's doing his opening, I'm going to be taking notes. And then I'm going to do my opening, and then he's going to do his rebuttal to my opening, and I'm going to be taking notes. And then in my rebuttal time, I get to rebuttal everything he said in his opening and everything he said in his rebuttal. I've got to hear all of it. And then when we go into the open, that's when I have questions. And I try to trip him up with some questions, and we start getting into the minutia of the policies. And I have a little plan, a little trick that I'm not gonna say yet, but who pays for these drug zones? Who pays for the exactly? Yeah. Yeah, think about how it affects local businesses where they set up these injection sites. Think about the zoning. Think about how redistricting of rezoning of cities to make sure that the injection site isn't set up near a school or a church. All kinds of there's all sorts of logistical problems with this. It's much easier to just say this is illegal. You get locked up if you have it. It's easier. Okay, I just got to do like one more conclusion paragraph, and then I might have to add in a few things here to make this a little beefier. It's a little short. What are we at? We're at 879 words. Let's see, this one was 1,600 words, and it was 10 minutes exactly. So I'm only like halfway there. See, this topic is more one that writing it out, it doesn't look as good, but this is something I could just rant about. What the heck is that? Sorry that whatever is on my screen and it's some girl's coochwa. What kind of thumbnail is that? What the asking 200 girls for sex, social experiment 11 years ago. I bet it worked like twice. Do I have any more?
Rising rates don't just impact debt.
This guy No, I don't even want to watch this.
And is tied to more than 34 properties that would become illegal marijuana grows, including sites that have been raided. And, you know, I've had the chicken fingers. They're not that good. I don't know how he's staying in business. I don't know. We went there undercover and interviewed the guy. Yeah, I mean, it's he owns a middle school about an hour north of Bangor. He bought a whole friggin' middle school to turn into a marijuana grow. I mean, they're literally like picking over the scraps of decaying American society to grow their crappy cannabis and sell it to us to keep us drugged and stupid and lazy.
Is that what you think the long game is of that?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
I mean, you're dealing with like.
Yeah, I might just come in short of 10 minutes, which would be all right. That gives us more time for open debate because I've got my arguments laid out. Now I just need a conclusion paragraph. We are on page 3, so and if I pace myself when I read it, we can make it 10 minutes. Yeah, regulated drugs would reduce overdoses. Well, it's like, so here's how, if I was trying to be good faith and I'm trying to argue for this, okay, we have an opiate problem. We have an opiate crisis. The opiate addict has a disease. So here's what we need to do. We need to set up these places where you can go there, you can take your dirty street dope, you can give it to the person, and they're going to give you back the same weight, the same value in clean dope, clean heroin. Then, because if people could get, if junkies could get clean, cheap heroin, they would take that over fentanyl. Because fentanyl is a different high. It's a different effect. It's not, fentanyl just knocks you on your ass. Those are the people that you see that are like slumped and they're just zombified. Like heroin, you get the nods, but then you get up. You're like up and you're like energized. You want to clean something, and then you nod, and it feels good, and you're just like, and then you're up and you want to do something, right? So they seek the heroin high, but the fentanyl's cheaper, and the fentanyl's more potent. You do less of it, you get more bang for your buck, but the high's not as enjoyable. So if you could have a site that is set up where they give you clean heroin in exchange for your dirty coffee grinds with freaking a little bit of fent in it, people would take that. They take that, and then you go into a little room and it's air conditioned, and you sit at your table and you get your little kit given to you, and you do it in there. Or there's somebody who hits you for you. I'll tell you right now, junkies are not going to take you up on that offer for 2 reasons. Because 1, they don't want to be locked in a room and an institutional looking room, cement wall, cement blocks, cinder blocks, and neon lights above their head and glass, and like they don't like that. It makes them feel trapped. So that's one reason they're not going to want it. Second reason is they don't want to get hit by somebody else. They know themselves. This is the story I told earlier. They couldn't take my blood, but I could get my blood. I could have got my blood, but they couldn't get my blood. The phlebotomist couldn't get my blood. Do you know what it takes to become a phlebotomist? Not much. And so I'm not gonna have this nurse try to hit me for 3 hours. And who's paying her, by the way? Okay, so you just give me the kit and I go in the room and I do it myself. Well, let's say it's one. I mean, no. This is why it's crazy, because is there going to be a limit to how many times I can do it per day? What if I need to hit 10 times a day? So I need to be in here 10 times today, and I'm going to get 10 dime bags. I'm sure they're going to have a limit. They're going to say, no, you're past your limit. Okay, well, now I'm doing it on the streets anyway. Now I'm going to the dope dealer, the Hondo or the Paisa on the corner anyway. This is what it would inevitably go to, is that they're not going to be able to get enough or do enough there. They're still going to have to go out on the streets and get more and do more. This place going to be open 24 hours a day, just junkies coming in and out to shoot up. It doesn't make any sense. There's no way you can make this work. There's no way. And I'm into like, I always say, if I was rich, what would the one thing I would be to do for charity is I would like to buy a plot of land and hook up water and electric and make like basically a campsite for homeless people. That's what I would do. If I had a whole bunch of money and power, what I would want to do is I would want to have a campsite outside of every major city in America where homeless people could have a tent and a water and an electric hookup, and we'd set it up where there's a church on the property, and we'd set it up where there's animals and farming, there's crops, there's plants, and you get a job through the thing where you work on the farm, you work with the animals, we provide our own food, we'd be self-sustaining. It'd be like communal hobo living. And if you're doing drugs and you're getting drunk and you're beating your wife or you're doing whatever you're doing, you're kicked the fuck out. You don't get to stay here no more. That's what I would do. But so the reason I say that is so I look at the homeless problem and I think, what could we do to fix this? What could we do to help this? Instead of just taxing people more and redistributing wealth and giving lazy people a bunch of money, how could we fix this problem? And that's a solution that I've thought that's a good solution that could work. I could see how you could make that work. I don't see how legalizing drugs and having injection sites and needle exchanges and clean drug exchanges helps the problem. And I've been homeless. I've been through that side of life. So I can look at it. I could say, what could we do to help these people? What could we spend money on that would actually help these people? And that's an idea I came up with. A lot of people have came up with that idea, but I think I could do it better than them. But as far as drug addiction and drug use goes, the only solution I see is to lock them up. Lock them up, put them in jail. You give them things like Librium, you give them other drugs to make sure that they don't die from overdoses. You'd be amazed at how many addicts thank God for the day that they got arrested and put in jail. Like, as a previous addict, when I look at the ways that how could we help with the addiction problem and with the drug problem in America and blah, blah, blah. You make it illegal and you lock them in jail. That's it. That's it. Where the homeless become homeful. Yeah. Hobo estates. See, I could come up with ideas to help with the homeless problem with a lot of money. But with a lot of money, I don't see a fix for the drug problem other than criminalize it and put them in jail. That's it. That's the only solution. Forced rehab doesn't work because it's so cushy and nice. They get basically a 3-month vacation and then they get out and they relapse on the same amount that they were used to with their tolerance before they went to rehab, and they die. That's it. That could happen with jail too, but at least with jail, we're not spending all this money on putting them up in a nice cushy place where they get to ride horses. That's right, horseback riding. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Giddy up. I heard of similar stories, but thank God they got caught. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read this in my head real quick. Time it. Sorry, guys. You just get to stare at me for a second. All right, go. Damn. That's only 5 minutes. And I was changing stuff as I went. Sorry. I was reading. Okay. That was only 5 minutes. I'm quite a bit under the 10. But I guess we don't have to fully use the 10. I like to, though. I'm back, yeah. Oh, wait.
This is I mean, I've come to learn more about this entire world, how the CCP works, how organized crime works, and how marijuana generally, the entire market works as a result of doing this investigative project. And the classic CCP tactic is to, when they're beginning some kind of an infiltration, it starts out with the wildcatters. You know, it's like the one-off guys who come up to Maine and they start growing marijuana and they figure out the rules of the road and the culture, and they learn basically like, all right, how do we have to operate if we're going to set up roots here? No pun intended. Set up some roots here in Maine and generate some cash. You know, what do we got to do? So you can see in the marijuana sites, looking at the ones that were purchased in 2019, 2020, 2021, less sophistication in how they're built than the ones that were purchased in 2022, 2023, 2024. By 2023, 2024, the sites are very sophisticated. At one site, we found a building that they'd made for themselves, 3 stories, totally optimized for marijuana growing. And they had a piece of equipment there that was a $15,000 automatic marijuana flower processor called the Triminator. This thing can process it's like 20 or 40 pounds of dried marijuana flower in an hour. You know, that's not something you have if you're just a little rinky-dink legal grow. That's something you have if you're the central processing point for a huge network of marijuana growing. So they come in and they develop these networks at first with the wildcatters, then it becomes more sophisticated, and then the Chinese Communist Party United Front Group people step in and it becomes, you know, de facto state-run organized crime. And we found at a property actually in Dexter, Maine, which is my hometown, at a house that I'd walk past, man, thousands of times. You know, we were less than a mile from the house that I grew up and went to high school from the time I was a baby until I was 18. This place is less than a mile away from that. And there's an abandoned BMW at a grow house, and strapped over the front seat and the passenger seat are these 2 t-shirts, bright red t-shirts with a logo on the front of them for the Siju Association of New York, which I would come to learn is one of these like Chinese benevolent friendship associations. They're on paper, they're nonprofits, but they're just front groups for the Chinese consulate. They're part of the United Front Group, which is the...
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand. Your
basically the CCP operatives here in the United States. And Philip Lenzacki from the Daily Caller would actually expand on our reporting that just this year and find that...
So he's just talking about how basically communist China is taking over America through weed farms. See it in Colorado, California, Washington, Portland, Oklahoma, Maine. It's a problem. Okay, I'm going to just put something entertaining on. While I think about this last... This is Kensington, Philadelphia.
In Kensington, at the heart of Philadelphia, the streets paint a haunting scene. Rows of makeshift tents pressed tightly together, bodies sagging under fentanyl's grip.
Is this Neil deGrasse Tyson narrating this?
And weary eyes staring into nothingness. This place is no longer just a struggling neighborhood. It has become a stark symbol of America's battle with homelessness and addiction.
Don't come out here.
How about some Doc Holliday music? SoundCloud.com/DocHoliday813. Should come up. Ah, they can't find me. I don't exist anymore. There I am. Sign in or create an account. No. Are you kidding me?
Joe burning, can you smell the smoke? With a bad bitch, I went through hell to poke. Laugh now, you ain't even gotta tell a joke. Cry later, cause you tried doc.
Dro burning, can you smell the smoke? I'm with a bad bitch, I went through hell to poke. Laugh now, you ain't even gotta tell a joke. Cry later, cause you tried dot, fell and broke.
Fell and broke. Any battle out of balance, any challenging and tragic. I've been planning out a fast, looking fanning out a fabric. No hoeing allowed when I'm blowing a cloud of pungent smoke in the crowd. I've been over and out.
No hoeing allowed when I'm blowing a cloud of pungent smoke in the crowd. I've been over endowed.
I said no hoeing allowed, look down and scope in the crowd, and I start mowing them down, have a coke and a frown, and they call me John Deere, cause I smash grass. I volunteer to commandeer this rap class. When Doc is near, stop and hear a class act. Fans flock and cheer, watching while I'm popping beer. Competition, talking jeer, plotting fear. Doc stick, stalking queers. I spit fire, and it's I can hear selling with my words. I'm like an auctioneer, I can't deny it. I can't deny it, I'm on a beat diet. Never meet to beat the most elite, compete, try it. I can't deny it, making every street riot. Play this on repeat, fake shit, keep quiet. I can't deny it, I can't deny it. One more time, Doc. I can't deny it, I've never been compliant. Always been a tyrant, making hip-hop silent. Sharper than a pitchfork, switchblade trident. Never had a big cock trick, stop crying. Lip lock, this jocker have a pissed off client. Quit, stop it, Josh sick, got violent.
Sharper than a pitchfork, switchblade trident. Ever had a big cock? Bitch, stop lying.
Psycho, schizo, bipolar, hypodermic flow, high roller. I can't deny it, I was high in my...
I can't deny it, I was high in my stroller. And I can't deny it, I don't want to die sober.
My stroller, and I can't deny it, I don't want to die sober. Hip-hop can't die shit, I can revive it. I plan to override it, I can supply it with some anthems you can vibe with. I'm handsome, fantasize shit, all-American bad boy on some fly shit.
I'm handsome, fantasized chick.
And you can't even deny it. Bitch, I know you like it. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. Yeah. I can't deny it, I'm on a beat diet. Never meet defeat the most elite, compete, try it. I can't deny it, making every street riot. Play this on repeat, fake shit, keep quiet. I said I can't deny it, I'm on a beat diet. Never meet defeat the most elite, compete, try it. I can't deny it, making every street riot. Play this on repeat, fake shit, keep quiet.
Who said that? Who commented that? Rome requested it. Request approved. We're updating our terms. What the heck? Anyway, enough of that.
This place is dangerous, and a lot of people don't, realize that. People come out here from all types of different areas, and they get stuck down here. They say, once you go to Kensington, you're not coming back. And it's true.
She's high all day. That's it.
Oh, she got the throat thing. She's a throat goat.
It's a never-ending cycle.
In the shadow of society's neglect, one question rises above the silence. Is there still a way for these men and women to reclaim their dignity, find a home, and hold on to even a flicker of hope for tomorrow? Kensington's history may have been shaped by factories and hard work, but today its story is written across the cracked sidewalks of Kensington Avenue. Walking down this stretch feels like entering a different world, one far removed from the prosperity of other Philadelphia neighborhoods. The first sight that strikes you is the rows of tents and tarps, flimsy barriers against the cold. These are no longer temporary shelters. They have become the only homes for those who have nowhere else to turn.
Kensington's a rough stomping ground. A lot of people come here and get trapped. They don't plan to. Kensington, yes, I believe haunted because a lot of lost souls that left it that weren't ready to.
Every corner holds a story. A woman curls beneath a thin blanket, her life contained in a shopping cart beside her. A man slumps against a wall, a used needle resting near his feet. Others drift through the streets, caught between exhaustion and the will to survive. The sidewalks are strewn with debris, food wrappers, broken bottles, fragments of lives that once knew more stability. The air is thick, not only with the stench of neglect, but with a heavy sense of despair that seems to linger with every step. The numbers tell a grim story. Recent estimates show that on any given day, between 700 and 1,000 people are homeless in Kensington, making it one of the largest open-air encampments on the East Coast. Some drift between clusters of tents, others hide away in abandoned row houses, and many remain fully exposed to the elements with no shelter at all. The people here are not one single group, they're young adults whose dreams collapsed. Middle-aged men who lost steady jobs, women escaping domestic violence, and seniors who have simply outlived their support system. Minority communities, long burdened by systemic inequality, are hit especially hard. In Kensington, survival itself is a daily battle. Food, clean water, and basic sanitation are painfully scarce. Illness spreads fast, and violence is a constant shadow. Many carry untreated mental health struggles, only worsened by the chaos surrounding.
Ooh, I just dropped a good line in this conclusion. I'm writing the conclusion to my opening, and that's a good line right there. I like that. I'm gonna comment on the prompted. Facts, 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 facts. That's a bar right there. You've had your Doc Holliday page since 2008? Yeah. I was the #1 ranked local rapper in Utah for a little bit in 2009, 2010. These are all such horrible quality, though. Like, you can't even understand what I'm saying a lot of times, but the lyrics are good, I think. Listen to this one. This one's depressing, but it has a happy ending. Speaking about drugs. This is supposed to be the intro to the mixtape or the album that I never made. The album was called Department of Corruptions. And I had the whole track list planned. I had all the songs recorded except for a couple I needed to redo, and I had rough drafts of all the songs recorded. There were a couple songs I hadn't recorded yet that I had written. But I just needed to go through and clean it all up and mix and master it and get it done professionally. But I had the art, it was all ready to go. Never happened though. Sadly. Someday maybe we'll release the Department of Corruptions mixtape. Oh shoot.
Yo.
See, the quality is so bad.
I got some dark shit I gotta get off my chest. True story. Doc Holliday. Yo. In one swift instant, my whole life twisted. The whip I was in, who did it, got flipped it. Stuck got the tip of his finger and flipped it. The good die young, I'm still here cause I'm wicked. He took the innocent and let the convicted. I'm always afflicted. And now all these things run through my mind.
In one swift instant, my whole life twisted. The whip I was in, who did it, God flipped it. Stuck out the tip of his finger and flipped it. The good die young, I'm still here cause I'm wicked.
They do. I'm living proof you ain't gotta be
doing time.
You don't. Yo, I put on a facade like I'm doing fine. That's right. Really, I'ma need a self-improvement time. I hustle every day between noon and 9 years. Screaming when I'm dreaming no soothing chimes. Your mind's got screws loose, do boo-hoo. I ain't got no screws in mine. Drugs get me through to each afternoon. The only way I shine's by sipping brew and wine. And sniffing crisp chopped up in a 2-inch line.
Drugs get me through to each afternoon. The only way I shine is sipping brew and wine or sniffing crisp chopped up in a 2-inch line. But it gets happier at the end, okay? This is when I was like coming out of that.
Fucked up is to pursuing rhymes, doing too much, losing to be screwing dimes. I'm a human to influence to be moving blind. Yo, said I'm a human to influence to be moving.
Doing too much losing to be screwing dimes. I'm a human to influence to be moving blind.
Blind, everything dark and I don't see light. Blind all day, fucked up all night. Everything wrong, not a damn thing right. No help inside, I'm giving up this fight. My head always aches from every concussion. I'm talking to myself, a steady discussion. When I self-destruct, deadly combustion. All the work I've done has led me to nothing. No family, no home, no friends, so I'm alone. No hoes, no dome, the open road I chose to roam. My notebook, only thing I own. No hope, no ball, my hope is gone. No ball, my hope is gone. I've always been a crook, but I've been told more than once that I should write a book, not about people. Would anybody look, or would everybody snitch and have me captured like a snook on a rusted treble hook? I went to hell, the devil shook. Problems of stealing, motherfuckers couldn't take on the level I took. Problems of stealing, motherfuckers couldn't take on the level I took. Nah. Everything dark and I don't see light. Blind all day, fucked up all night. Everything wrong, not a damn thing right. No help inside, I'm giving up this fight. God, my inner storm is needing a rest. I ain't trying to be in hell with worms eating my flesh. Retreat and regress, no, I'm defeat.
God, my inner storm is needing a rest. I ain't trying to be in hell with worms eating my flesh. Retreat and regress, I'm defeating the best. Got the weed in my chest, struggling to breathe in the breath. Inhale, exhale, I've been pale. The next scale is weighing out the best Yale fish scale. While I gain success, what you do, bitch, fail. But I cannot put down this ale. What is this, my 6th jail? Or maybe my 7th. Locked up 10 times, ready for 11th. Steady on progression, heavy as the weapon. Don't bring the mess, son, no need for oxys. Unless it's fresh Reeboks in a box, please.
The best. The weed in my chest, struggling to breathe in a breath. Inhale, exhale, I've been pale. The next scale is weighing out the best Yale fish scale. I'm sick of all the stress, I gotta quit bail while I gain success. What you do, bitch, fail. But I cannot put down this sale. What is it, 6th jail or maybe my 7th? Locked up 10 times, ready for 11th. I'm steady on progression, heavy as the weapon. I gotta be the best one, don't bring the mess, son. No need for oxys. When I profit, I'm only gonna cop these fresh Reeboks by the box, please. But better yet, Nikes, dressed hot and spicy, treating women nicely, sick of living shiesty. No more stealing from houses. Unless I'm stealing your wife. Right. No more stealing from houses. Unless I'm stealing your wife. Yeah, that's what's up.
This is a happy ending. No more stealing from houses unless I'm stealing your wifey. Okay, enough of that.
Stories like James's, a former factory worker now living in a tent along the avenue, are heartbreakingly common.
Yeah, those are from like 2009. 10 years ago. 2015. The oldest one is older. Dude, this one was so good. This is a freestyle. It was so good, but it sounds like such garbage. This is off the top. But, well, I had thought of it, and then I fucked it up a little bit. Oh, wait, this one's better. You can't understand what I'm saying in this.
I got 9 ways to kill you. Nah, Tim, before I eat your ass,
I pray and say amen. You ain't my friend. We don't got shit in common. I'm filet mignon, your top ramen. I'm allergic to a weak ass, so hot you'll have a heat flash. You're about to watch me smash your girlfriend's sweet ass.
Strong need for the cash has got me driving 3 fast.
That's one more than 2 fast. Fuck the cop, I blew past.
I'll be stacking Jew cash, about to fuck a new ass. Needing me some strange ones.
I'll be stacking Jew cash, about to fuck a new ass. Needing me some strange while I'm speeding in the range. I'm succeeding in the game, got you eating ding-a-lang.
Speeding in the range, succeeding in
in the game while you eating ding-a-ling. I'm rolling on them pills.
Pills that's got me singing in a rain.
I'm fucking with a dime piece. Never need a time sheet. I ain't checking in a time sheet. I'm getting sunshine.
Oh, it's I like a mind freak. Bitches think that I'm neat.
Doctors hit you with that rhyme beat. I ain't done yet though. I stepped up in the club.
All the bitches slobbered. Faggot acting tough. You can get robbed.
The dope boy just cops.
I said I stepped up in a club. All the bitches slobbered. Fat bundle of sticks acting tough. You can get clobbered. The dope boy just copped, so he's soon to get robbered. The shit I took will make you sink and float. You get bobbered. I don't know what the hell I was talking about. What the hell was I talking about?
Soon to get robbered. The shit I took will make you sink and float. You get bobbered.
I got the hook up on the weed.
And I hate to get bothered
by an undercover pig, so my dog stays uncollared. And that motherfucker's big. They don't play with Rottweilers. G-code abider.
Pussy lip divider. My bitch is sweet as cider. I don't need a lighter.
I spit fire. Lyric reciter. There ain't a nicer writer.
I'm so rude, I get booed, but I'll never be politer.
I'll never be a fighter. I'll
forever be a fighter. Clever since the diaper, aiming better than the sniper. Fucking Ninja Turtle flow, dog. I'm like Shredder in the cipher.
I said aiming better than a sniper. Clever since the diaper. Fucking Ninja Turtle flow, dog. I'm like Shredder in the cipher.
So come on out the skewer. Where you at? Coming out the sewer. Your
style I will skewer.
I lead you my pursuer. I feed you my manure. I need you like a tumor.
You can tell I'm freestyling because I was just like, I got all fucked up there. I said, coming out the sewer. Your style I will skewer. I lead you my pursuer. I feed you my manure. I need you like a tumor.
It's a secret or a rumor that my penis and my humor made your wife forget your dick. She couldn't leave it any sooner. She's my newest consumer. I didn't even have to spoon her. Left her wet as a monsooner. Or something. Yo. She's twisted like a radio tuner.
I thought about it later. I should have said wet as a monsoon or a pontoon. Anyway, all right, enough of that. Listen to some Doc Holliday shit. Okay, I'll play one more. Well, it sounds so...
His story...
It sounds so bad. I don't know what I was doing to... I was using Audacity, and I don't know. The headphones I had, I don't know if it sounded... I don't know. It sounds so bad.
Take care of that stuff. EOC, that Florida boy. I can build shit or destroy, kill shit or deploy. My homeboys rough as corduroys.
I'm tearing up a rap while I'm preparing my attack. With daring me to snapping me, declaring on a track. Woo!
I spit a hot 16, then I pop this thing. You are not this.
Okay,
It's
enough
not
of
an
that.
exception, but
Fuck that. We're not listening to that anymore.
part of a larger pattern, one that reveals how deeply the system has failed its people. The reality in Kensington is stark. Homelessness here is not simply the absence of a roof. It is the visible symptom of deeper structural failures. Poverty, addiction, a broken healthcare system, and the crushing shortage of affordable housing. The stigma tied to homelessness only makes things worse, driving people deeper into isolation and despair.
Since I came here, homelessness is 10 times worse than what it was. And the people out here now, they're more crazier than what they were. At least some of them back then, they were in their right mind. Now there's a lot of them that are not in their right mind at all. And you can see that on the streets.
Kensington is more than just a neighborhood in crisis. It is a mirror reflecting the broader struggle of the homeless in America, where systemic barriers too often overwhelm even the strongest determination to break free. At the heart of Kensington's homelessness crisis lies a force so destructive it has reshaped the entire neighborhood, fentanyl. This synthetic opioid, 50 times stronger than heroin, has swept through the streets like wildfire. Cheap, easy to get, and brutally addictive, fentanyl has made Kensington what many now call the epicenter of America's opioid epidemic. In 2023 alone, Philadelphia recorded more than 1,400 overdose deaths, nearly all tied to fentanyl. A heartbreaking share of those tragedies happened right here. But the devastation cannot be measured by numbers alone. Addiction doesn't just claim lives, it erodes dignity, stability, and identity itself. For many, the fall begins quietly. A layoff, an eviction, a family torn apart. What starts as one desperate choice quickly spirals into dependency. And once fentanyl takes hold, its grip rarely lets go. Walk along Kensington Avenue and you see the reality in raw detail. People slumped against walls, bodies frail and fading, others stumbling in a haze, trapped in a cycle that feels impossible to break.
I do the dope, I start limping and walking fucked up. It's hard to walk. They're putting horse tranquilizer, elephant carfentanil, all kinds of psych meds. It's making people angry, agitated, fighting, robbing each other.
The damage doesn't stop with the addicted. It spreads across the entire community. Emergency rooms overflow with overdose cases. Shelters strain far beyond capacity. First responders rush from crisis to crisis, administering Narcan to the same people again and again, knowing another call is only hours away. How do you end a cycle that seems built to repeat itself endlessly? Treatment exists, but too often feels out of reach. Programs offering methadone or buprenorphine are overwhelmed, with wait lists stretching for weeks. Stigma keeps many from even seeking help. And while they wait, fentanyl offers no pause. Every dose is a gamble. Every hit could be the last. How can recovery take root when survival itself demands every ounce of strength? In Kensington, homelessness and fentanyl feed one another in a brutal loop. Addiction drives people into the streets, and the streets drive them deeper into addiction. This neighborhood's suffering is more than a local tragedy. It is a warning for America. If a once proud working-class community can collapse so completely under the weight of fentanyl, what does that mean for other neighborhoods standing on the brink? And perhaps the most sobering question of all, if we cannot find a way to save Kensington, how can we ever hope to save ourselves? The crisis in Kensington is not just about tents crowding sidewalks or needles scattered in alleyways. Its roots reach much deeper, tangled in decades of economic decline, broken systems, and social inequities that never healed. At its heart lies an undeniable truth. Kensington is one of Philadelphia's poorest neighborhoods. Jobs are scarce, wages lag far behind, and the cost of living keeps climbing. For families once dependent on the factories that fueled the area's past, steady work has become little more than a memory. In a city where median rents have risen nearly 20% in the last decade, a missed paycheck, a medical bill, or sudden unemployment can quickly spiral into eviction and homelessness. Affordable housing, the very bedrock of stability, is in critically short supply. Public housing waitlists stretch for years, subsidized units are rare, and the private rental market is far out of reach for those living paycheck to paycheck. Many end up doubling up with relatives in overcrowded apartments, renting unsafe rooms, or ultimately being pushed onto the streets. This lack of investment is no accident. It reflects a pattern where wealthier areas receive resources while communities like Kensington are left behind. Mental health struggles add another crushing layer. Depression, anxiety, and PTSD are widespread among the homeless, yet treatment is scarce. Philadelphia's mental health system is already stretched thin, leaving many to fend for themselves. Stories like Maria's, a woman who lost her home after an untreated mental health crisis unraveled her stability, are all too common. Without proper care, rebuilding a life becomes
Liam will find you. I think this is where I'm going to make up all my time is in this closing paragraph because I'm going to load a bunch of stuff in here. This is when I'm gonna hit him. I didn't even talk about this. This is really my biggest argument. The dumbing down and demoralizing of the people. We'll touch on it in the thing, but we'll get into it in the open debate. But that's a big sticking point of mine is they use the drugs to dumb us down and demoralize us, make us complacent and easier to control. Sheep. I will have to fight Marilyn off. Phew. We're at 1,100 words, 1,600 for 10 minutes. So this is like 6 or 7 minutes. If I read it slow, we can get 7 minutes out of it. So we won't use up the whole time. It's possible if I get through this in 6 or 7 minutes, I could use the other 3 minutes to kind of go at some of the things that he says in his opening. Go in the Discord? Okay, I will for like an hour. Just for like an hour. You guys see my pumpkins? I like this one. We're trying to I gotta buy my pumpkin. I'm probably gonna buy my pumpkin on Monday. I need a grocery shop on Monday. This is my I think this is the one I'm gonna go with. What do you guys think? Charlie Kirk pumpkin. We did Trump mugshot pumpkin last year. Looking at it, we would need some. Oh, you scared me.
Yeah, scary ass nigga. Nah, I'm just kidding.
We need some toothpicks for the tie.
No. Your best bet is to get a printout of a silhouette of Charlie Kirk, cut a hole in a pumpkin, and put that piece of paper over the cutout. Because you don't see all the pumpkin guts behind Charlie Kirk in that picture. There's going to be so much pumpkin guts, it ain't even going to look right. You better off putting a piece of paper up there and cutting a circle in the hole and let the circle shine the silhouette of Charlie Kirk.
What?
That's
Did you?
genius.
No, I thought of
The
one
candle
that
to
would
the
be.
top. Take the top off, let the candle go through so it don't burn the paper and the heat don't build up in the pumpkin to burn the paper. And just make the all black silhouette of Charlie. You can have Trump, you can have a cold paper.
You
piece
saw
of
the
paper with
pumpkin I did last year. I can carve that.
No, I don't bet you can. Look, his tie's actually hanging on to nothing. You know how hard it is to go. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, what you don't. So the dark stuff is the pumpkin. So.
Duh.
Okay, but the tie is connected down here at the bottom. So it would go up and it wouldn't be connected up here. And then you use toothpicks. You stick
But
toothpicks
it's not
in
showing the.
to hold it up.
I don't think that's how it's gonna work, buddy.
That's how it's gonna work. The face is gonna want to cave a little bit, but so you just leave it thicker at the back. I know what
The
I'm
light ain't
doing.
even gonna shine through the depth of from the depth of the pumpkin between the shirt and the jacket of the tie. All those cuts, you just gonna see the depth of the pumpkin. It ain't gonna be light shining through like you're gonna shave it down to 1/10 of an inch of a pumpkin skin where it's just gonna lay over. It needs to have the thickness. It ain't gonna look like that. Fuck you, Josh.
Where's my
This is the IQ test. This is what they type shit they give you. What would this look like in real life? And you say, I can do that. And IQ people say, that's gonna look like shit.
Where's my Trumpkin? I think my Trumpkin came out pretty good.
Had more of his face in it.
What do you think, chat? The Trumpkin came out pretty good.
I don't know.
The head
No,
is hanging on nothing. The tie is fine.
the tie part's gonna be too thin. By the time you're finished, you'll be lucky if it still stands and it looks the way it does in the picture.
You use toothpick.
There's somebody with a brain.
You use toothpicks for that. So you stick toothpicks through it
You're
to
gonna have
hold
to
it
take
up.
the whole back of the pumpkin off to be able to work on it.
Yeah, because a pumpkin's like an inch thick, so you have to cut his tie would have to literally be like 2 millimeters wide, the entire inch of it. Otherwise, it ain't gonna come out right.
But what you don't understand is it's still
Use a
gonna
toothpick
be
to hold it in place.
well that, and also it's still gonna be connected at the back depth of the pumpkin.
I tell you, I've done a lot of funky pumpkins in my day, and then most of them don't come out just like you want it to.
I did
Yeah,
Trump's
Josh,
mugshot.
you doing a carving. Okay, you doing a carving and not a cutting. You're not even carving all the way through. You just doing a sketching
there's
lightly
parts.
of the orange until
No.
it shows a picture.
There's parts where you go all the way through, but there's parts where you
just take the
leave
skin off.
Yeah, and so then it shines through as like not just the skin, but you cut deep into it so that the light shines through it, but it's still connected at the back a little bit.
Right, I heard what you're saying. But you gotta try to put that. I don't know. Good luck.
Good luck.
Like, see this
Yeah.
Trump, the eyeball here, all of this is connected. You see how it's darker there? The chat can see it. You guys can't see it, but it's darker here because this is actually one big piece, and it's just shallower here.
Yeah, he got a pregnant jaw.
I know his eyes are a little crooked. I think this one's easier. This is an easy pumpkin.
I don't know what's going on over there on his eye, but whatever. Trying to keep the pumpkin holding on, the face holding on to the pumpkin or something.
How long do I have to scroll through my Discord to get to the bottom? Just put me to the bottom. How do I just skip to the bottom?
Ain't possible.
It never ends. Holy crap. Here, let me just do this. It's still at the... It won't let me go to the bottom. There's got to be a way to just skip to the bottom. It won't let me do it.
Beat the files.
I ain't got no folders. No, I thought of one. It would be fucked up though. But I could have like some pumpkin coming out.
You got to watch this documentary, Josh.
What documentary?
It's about this Wasco County in Oregon. About the Bhagwan.
Bhagwan.
Mm-hmm. He set up a fucking theocracy and they shut it down. They tried to shut it down. He ended up buying the city. Renaming it. Making his people mayors. Put them all on the board. The racist white people in that city was upset. It's on Netflix. It's called Wild Wild Country.
How about the non-racist people? How were they?
There was only 50 people in the town before they got there, so all of them was racist.
Oh,
They all
damn.
they all sold their land. They told them they couldn't have their compound, so they bought up the neighborhood and took over the city.
Dude, I haven't been chewing my nails, and now I'm like learning that you gotta like clean under your nails.
All the shit you been eating was dirt.
Dude, they're so dirty. I gotta get like nail cleaning crap now.
Maybe you're addicted to the dirt under them if you still want to bite it. Maybe you're going through withdrawals right now.
No,
So they
I
make
do.
it illegal.
If you guys think I'm biting them, if you see me doing this, I just like rub them on my teeth now, but I don't bite them.
Oh yeah, that's like heroin addict doing Subutex.
I can get my teeth up under my nails though. It's crazy. Oh, there's so much good biting real estate here, but I'm not gonna do it. But now I gotta like clean under my nails. It's crazy. I've never had to do this before.
Well, you never cleaned under them before you bit them.
I bit them since I was a little kid, my whole life.
So you just scratch your butt and then bite your nail.
I got a good immune system.
You're tired.
It had its
Good
benefits.
answer.
I can't get sick.
Bad answer. Bad
Use
answer.
a Bowie knife to clean under my nails.
I'm sorry, Freddie. Did I just hear you cough? You getting sick? I don't hear JS getting sick. It must be because of that strong immune system he got.
I'm smoking weed, so I got a reason to call. Yeah.
Do you chew your fingernails?
Nope.
So, weaker immune system.
That don't mean that at all. Because everything under your nails, you probably came in contact through nasal anyway, and when it got under your nails. Well, whatever. That's a nervous tick for beta males biting their nails. That's why they do it in cartoons and shit. Everybody know when you're scared, you bite your nail. It's a nervous tick. You trying to be alpha by quit biting your nails. But the damage is done. That's just the way your brain's wired, son. Can't turn a cur dog into a fighting dog. It's just not in his heart.
That's one explanation.
Right? How you feel about this debate, Josh?
I got it.
You got it in the bag? Okay, okay.
Almost done writing it. Okay, it's not.
I just want to make sure you go into the prosecution of it too. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it is illegal and monitored like this, how are you going to prosecute somebody that was under a drug that don't even remember? So now you got illegal motherfuckers saying that wasn't me.
Wait, what are you saying? If we legalized it,
And people are selling it and they get locked up, but they also using the drug. They could be under the influence of the drug and be totally in a psychosis. Like we can have our
well,
dope
when
fiends
it when
selling
it's
under drugs,
legalized, when
and
it's
they could be under a
legalized, there won't
psychosis.
be corner dealers anymore.
It always will be black market.
I agree, but one of the arguments for legalization is that you get rid of the black market and you regulate it, so now you don't have corner dealers anymore.
Never been proven in history that the black market won't exist.
I agree, but that's one of their arguments. I think it's one of the dumbest ones. So even you agree all the drugs shouldn't be legalized?
Nah, that's why they not.
Yeah, there's some crazy ones out there.
For evil to prevail, only thing that has to happen is good men do nothing. Yeah, it'd be easier to get a dictatorship if drugs are legalized. All you gotta do is have the best product.
Drugs are bad, Kai. Okay, this is. I'm done writing it. This is 1,100 words. It's not going to fill 10 minutes. I'm surprised he's doing 10. I'm surprised he's doing 10-minute openings and not like 6-minute. I'd say 6-minute openings, 5-minute rebuttals, but he's doing 10-minute openings.
How hard is it to think of 500 words?
10 minutes
You can
is
do that rambling.
10 minutes is 1,600 words. How hard is it to think of 500 words? Well, I just wrote 1,100 words. So, not that hard.
I mean, you want to quit. So why not finish with 10 minutes and write 500 more words to get 1,600 words, Josh?
Oh, that's
Quit
what
being
you're
lazy.
saying. Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay. I mean, I could go through it and try to find little things I could add, but you don't have to use your whole time. Just means we have more time in the open convo. It's more on him to use up his whole 10 minutes because he's the affirmative. I don't need to use my whole 10 minutes. This is about 7 minutes, 6 or 7 minutes, so that'll be fine.
Yeah. I agree.
Because otherwise, I'm just going to start repeating the same things, or I'm going to go into like little stories and little anecdotes and like, oh, one thing I don't have a Bible verse. I usually like to put a Bible verse in my opening. This doesn't really seem like the debate for that, but just to keep with what is the one that I wanted to use? Just to keep with my tradition. Huh. What verse would I use for drugs? Something about drunkenness? No. Something about a sober mind. What's the one about a sober mind? Yeah. I think I would say something like, this has nothing to do with my arguments, but I like to throw a Bible verse into my opening statement. I don't know. Maybe I won't do that. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, because then he's gonna say, God said you can have everything in the garden except for eat from the tree of your knowledge. So that means everything was available to man.
Everything was legal except for one. One of them was illegal. Even God made one of the drugs illegal. So that goes to my point.
Yeah. Knowledge is a drug. So you want to make knowledge illegal?
Knowledge is not a drug.
That's the one you said that they was forbidden from, the tree of knowledge.
They're forbidden from whatever that dang fruit was. It's a chemical.
The tree of knowledge.
A substance, when ingested, causes physiological changes to the user. So the fruit was a drug. Knowledge wasn't the drug. Knowledge was the result of the drug.
It was the mind altering. So Okay, so if you eat from this tree of knowledge, knowledge is a drug. Because knowledge change your mind. You getting a mind, you getting a new mindset. So therefore, any new mind altering substance, as in education, should be what? Legal or illegal?
Oh yeah, this will be good. This will be good. We'll work this in. First Peter 5:8. This is the one I was thinking of. Be alert and of sober mind.
Mhm. Man, you gotta escalate to a higher being, man. Y'all doing shit we did 10,000 years ago. It's a blueprint. We done did it so long, it's wired in our DNA.
I like to include a Bible verse.
Gold about to hit 4,000 on y'all. Gold was cracking. Josh, don't lose this debate. I gotta Google something real quick.
Where's the King James version?
Press screens. Oh, this shit. Got over half on the rent bill. I mean, on the light bill. That's good. Shout out to the donators.
Yeah.
Government shutdown day number what? 9?
Ask for a quote. Okay, I think that's good. Now I got a quote. I got a Bible verse. I got some stats. I got 3 strong arguments. I think this is good. I'm going to have to read it out loud and record it and make a few little adjustments here and there based on how I read it. But I think that will do just fine. What are we at?
The more fluency you got while you're reading it, the more believable you'll be. So
1,200 words. That'll be fine.
The most you can memorize is better.
Plus, when I did 1,600 words for 10 minutes, I had to read quickly. I can read this kind of slower and let some of these things hit.
Or to make you sound uncertain.
No, this will do just fine.
A study shown fluency of how you speak compared to accents make people believe you or not. Well, make you sound more believable. You don't have a determination whether they believe you. But he got an accent. And if you don't speak fluent, he'll probably win because people say, you sound like you know what he's talking about. The accent plus his knowledge of speaking fluently, I think he wins. I don't give a fuck about the googly guy y'all be saying.
Yeah, I think this will work just fine. They're saying, Wally was saying that they might want me to debate at Grid One's thing at DebateCon. Run this back.
Let's go. On which one? On the pills? Don't do that.
On like I don't know. If I was gonna do it, I'd say let's just do it broad overall. Prohibition versus legalization. I'm a prohibitionist. I think we should alcohol, drugs, cigarettes, make it illegal. Prohibit
No. Nope. They give police more authority to do raids on nightclubs and shit and abuse their authority. They become them fucking.
It doesn't matter if you had 100 things for them to hunt you down for or one thing. If they have the right and the will to hunt you down for something they shouldn't, they're gonna do it.
But they should be able to hunt you down for certain things.
They won't have probable cause. It ain't hunting you down. That's called violating your rights.
Yeah, I want the cops to run up in nightclubs where they're doing illegal shit. What do you mean?
Because they catch people doing bad things that they shouldn't be doing.
Only because one man say so.
Because what?
One man say it's illegal. But it was just legal 3 years ago.
It's not one
man.
man.
I don't think it's one man. It's the law. It's
in
not
America, if we're voting on laws, if we're voting on it,
it's not one man.
Majority rules. That's why it's probably legal now. Ain't nobody gonna ban alcohol for the police to start harassing them more.
Well, we did once. It worked out pretty good.
Yeah, that was for a reason, though, politically.
So is getting drugs and druggies and addicts taken care of. When I mean taken care of, I don't mean like.
To a certain extent.
But apparently that Fabian Liberty guy is going to be there, and he's like an anarcho-capitalist, and he's so it's all my freedoms. It's all yeah, I'll do that. It basically just comes down to authority versus freedom.
What's his stance? That people should be able to do whatever they want?
Yeah, he's an anarcho-capitalist, so he wants.
I agree with him. And in 10 years, the problem will solve itself. You can't be a junkie forever if you're ODing on the sidewalk. Let them do what they want to do.
This is
In
what
10, 20
Teriak's.
years, they'll be gone.
This is what Teriak's gonna say.
Well, it's my stance, with, like, or it's like anytime we debate changing laws, what we think it should be, you have to find an actual path to the change. You can't just make a claim of in a utopia, this is how it would be. How do you go from where we are at now to what we are proposing?
But this is like saying we
need
should
a reset.
We should just let gangbangers gangbang, and eventually they'll kill each other.
No, because they're hurting other people. But if somebody wants to be
You don't-
self-destructive and they
you
keep
don't-
putting a gun to their head and you keep pulling the gun away, how long before you can no longer physically be there to stop them
that's-
from holding the gun?
And that's the huge mistake with drugs is you think that it's just self-destructive.
I mean, yeah.
I
People have
mean,
willpower.
no.
You can find
A
addicts
drug
that go to
a drug addict has willpower?
They didn't stick the needle in their arm to begin with. They go to rehab. They
They
get
got
out.
the will to go get up and go get their next hit.
Exactly.
They get out of rehab
once
and they
they're
still go
once
get
they're
more.
addicted, they do the will of the drug.
And that's why there's warning labels in like DARE programs and friends and family and community.
We're gonna put a warning label on heroin?
And South Park, drugs are bad, okay? Even a fucking cartoon said drugs are bad, and people are still like, this sounds like a good idea.
Shh.
And then 6 months later, when their life is in shambles, it's not my fault. Where's the accountability? And then when I go with that approach, the opposition will say, well, what about the people who had a surgery and the doctor gave
That's
Vicodin?
literally the last.
I agree.
That's
that
the last
doctor's
words
bad.
of my opening.
The doctor should also be accountable for and just the same, do your own research. If you appeal to authority of a doctor, well, if a doctor tells you jump off a bridge, are you going to do it? Like at some point, we all have our own autonomy and some sort of accountability and responsibility to like, do I take the pill or do I not take the pill?
I don't know what you're talking about. Once you're addicted to drugs, you don't have will anymore. You're doing the will. You're doing the will of the drug.
For the people that argue that they had a surgery and the doctor prescribed them painkillers and then they got addicted to said painkillers.
Yeah.
They should have done their own research.
It's not about the harm to the addict. It's about consumption, crimes of consumption. It's about the trauma to the society when you got people standing out in your streets. It hurts local businesses. It hurts the neighbors. It hurts.
I agree.
It hurts everyone. Families, kids. If we made drugs legal and parents can start having heroin in their cabinet, more kids are more likely to like if a kid goes in the medicine cabinet, and I know you say, well, that's the parents' fault for not keeping it locked up right. But these things are going to go up. Like a kid reaches in the cabinet and finds his mom's meth stash, then
I'm not even necessarily arguing for legalization or decriminalization. Just if you see junkies on the sidewalk and the EMS shows up and gives them Narcan, stop doing that. If they want to destroy themselves, let them, and eventually they won't be on the sidewalk disrupting the business. Because I don't think
I
that
agree with you.
I don't think society and bill makers are.
No,
going
I
to
agree
pass
with
a
you
law
that
actually gets to a conclusion here. I think our best case is just let them do what they want to do. Still be
No,
illegal.
no, no, no.
Still.
See, I agree letting maybe we shouldn't send people because if there's a drug overdose, it's here in Salt Lake City at least. If there's a drug overdose, it's a fire truck, a police car, and an ambulance. They all
Yep.
three have to come out.
Yep. How much in tax dollars, resources does that cost to do that every
It's
time someone
ridiculous.
gets reported? It's
Okay,
ridiculous.
so I'm fine with saying, yeah, we shouldn't be going around and enabling them by shooting them up and saving their lives every time. But I also say, when you see that guy on the sidewalk shooting up, put him in jail.
And then when he gets out 6 months later, what's he gonna do? Go find a needle and do it again?
If he does, he's going to overdose and he's going to die. But we should not legalize it.
No, not. That's what I'm saying. I don't
You're
think
gonna
that
have a
either
jail
way.
overcrowded with
I don't think
addicts.
either way will actually get a law
And you
changed
get
where
and
it's
and
categorized, legalized, or decriminalized. I don't think we're gonna get
I
there.
don't know if
And I think
there's I don't know if there's studies on this, but just from what I've seen, people who get picked up on the street and they get forced into like a 90-day rehab, they're more likely to get out of that rehab and
get back on it.
relapse and die from an overdose. But people who go to jail for a year, they get out and they don't do it again. More likely, it's more likely that if you go to a 90-day rehab, you're going to get out and relapse. Whereas if you go to jail for a year, you're going to get out and you're going to stay clean.
I'd have to see some statistics on
I
that
can't I
because
can't give you I can't give you statistics on that. It's just
I know
what
too
I've
many
seen and
people in
common
real life.
sense.
Yeah, I know too many people in real life. People who've gone to rehab, people who haven't. The ones who have get out, they're shitty human beings to begin with, and they just continue their shitty antics after they get out.
I've seen more people die after getting out of rehab than I've seen. Well, I haven't seen anybody who's gone to jail and got out and relapsed and died. I've seen a lot of people who go to rehab, get out, relapse, and die. And I've seen a lot of people who go to jail and get out and change their lives.
How many changed their life, actually kicked the shit, and not just for a week or a month, but like let's say 2 years or more. 2 years later, they are still clean and their quality of life and role in society has improved objectively. The numbers are not that impressive. It's a lot of money wasted
Yeah, but I'm
for
thinking
not a good result.
in proportion. So I can name 6 people who went to rehab and then got out and relapsed and died. And I can name, just off the top of my head, I can think of 5 people right now who went to jail and got out and turned their lives around. But I mean, this is just it's just anecdotes. But even if we take the anecdotes out of it, if you go to jail for a year and they're not catering to your addiction, and it's like you're in jail, we're gonna give you a drug for the first 2 weeks to make sure you don't die from withdrawals. After that, you're in jail, you're on your own, fend for yourself, figure it out. But when you go to a rehab for 90 days and it's all focused around your addiction, you have a disease and let's help this disease. Dude, they're just
Google drug user recidivism rates. Like
recidivism.
rehab. Maybe rehab and then do a separate one for jail and see if there's any studies that show the numbers on it. You cannot force willpower. That's like the 10 Commandments. That's a real life, commandment. You can't force willpower. If somebody wants to do something, you can stop them. You can hold their hand. You can babysit them like a probation officer. But eventually, you have to go to bed. Eventually, you have to take a shit. Eventually, you cannot be right there. And if they have the will, if they have will and choice and desire to do things that are not good, just like they had will to do things that were not good
I
that
don't
put
want
them in the position
recidivism, I want relapse.
before they got into drugs, it stands to reason that the same mentality will, I can't pay my light bill, I'm gonna go buy some heroin.
But you know what they teach you in rehab and in NA and in
Give your will over to a higher power.
they teach you that relapse is part of recovery. So
That's the 13th step. They don't teach you that.
you
They
don't
say
believe that they
that, but
teach
they
you
don't
that?
teach
Because I'm telling you for a fact that they do teach addicts that. Or are you saying you don't believe that that's
Well,
true?
when you come back, that's after you work the 12 steps and you back in.
'Cause
And they say, sometimes they call that the 13th step, relapse part of recovery, because you try to get it,
No,
try to
but
be perfect, not a
I
perfect
I agree
program.
with Chuck.
That's probably some bullshit, just some cope for like, oh, I did the
Right, right,
12
right.
steps and it didn't work. Oh, well, you hit the 13th,
Right,
and
right,
that
right.
just proves that it worked, and now you started over again.
Yeah, I think that's bullshit too.
You can't say once you did it once, you always gonna be sober, and
But
if you relapse, don't come back. Fuck that. You can't say don't come back.
hold on. It may be bullshit. That's not true that relapse is not part of recovery, but it is true that they teach people that. Like that's what they say to addicts. That's like
I'm
They
a
don't teach you
common
how to
sure
lie.
they
relapse.
do. But you
They
also have
don't
to
teach you how to
understand. You also
relapse.
have to understand these people that that do like drug counseling and whatnot. They go to school for it, make a career out of it. That's their job. If they run out of druggies to fix, quote unquote,
Then they
they're
don't
out
have
of
a
a
job.
job. So it's
Yeah.
like the quality of the service they're offering, their career and their livelihood is dependent on the subpar performance
But
that they're
some
doing, which
people don't get
results
it
in
second, third time. Sometimes it takes the fifth and sixth time, and then they got it, and then they never go back to using drugs and alcohol. You got to hit your bottom. So if you close the programs and limit it to how many times they can go, you stopping them from getting, you know what I'm saying? Clean.
I'm at a point of fed up, like the 2016 election. Fuck it, hold my beer. Let's get Trump in office. It sounds crazy, but I'm tired of nothing happening. I'm tired of nothing happening. Fuck it, let them die. Stop giving them Narcan. Stop pulling their hand out of the fire. Stop.
I'm making it
Let
easier.
them take care of themselves.
He about to have hydrocodones and all that shit, $20. I mean, $5 a pill. He's in bed with Big Pharma. He's about to lower the cost. So
That wasn't a trigger
drugs
for
can be
Trump. I'm just
plentiful.
saying the mentality in 2016 for a lot of center left people who didn't want to vote left was like, fuck it. It can't get any worse
Yeah.
than how it is now. What if we stopped giving Narcan and stopped saving these people and stopped pulling their hand out of the fire? What's the worst that happens? There's no longer 6 people outside of the diner in New York in Manhattan. There's not 6 homeless people out
I
there
know.
anymore.
Freddie was
Like, who's going to be
What
mad
else?
about that?
Like, what if this is God's plan? He would have made Narcan if he didn't want us to use it. What, you gonna take it off the street now and they know you have a drug that can save their lives and you refuse to give it to them? That's even worse.
Freddie wanted to patent a Narcan bracelet that
Bracelet.
monitors
Yeah.
you wear a bracelet and it monitors your
Heartbeat.
heartbeat, and if your heartbeat slows down too much, it shoots Narcan into your wrist.
Yeah. Let's go.
And
Let's go.
I think that's a horrible idea. I thought that's an
That's just people
interesting
testing the limit of how far they can go before
No,
this
people that use by
before the
themselves
guard
will
bill
use
kicks
it
in.
because a lot of people ain't got nobody there with them to administer it. So you can't administer it to yourself. So
but so
you need a bracelet for
you're
That's
solo
a good
dolo
point.
users.
you're enabling them.
I've seen
You're
videos
not
with
enabling
EMS
them. You fucking keeping them
reviving.
alive.
I've
You're
seen EMS
enabling them to
reviving.
use their drugs without any consequences.
I've
That's
seen
like saying somebody fall off the roof, you run over there and save their life, you're enabling them.
I've seen EMS videos of EMTs shooting Narcan, giving them a dose, and like a minute or so later, they kind of snap out of it, and
They
they're
fight them.
pissed. They're violently
Yep.
pissed because
Yep,
that
they won't take
they had to,
drugs.
you
Just
don't know
killed
what
their
they had to do
high.
that day to
I
get
know.
their fucking drugs.
Yeah.
They had to do a bunch of
Yeah.
shit, and they
They
finally
had to
got it, and they
suck
was
a
enjoying
dick
it.
in the
I
subway.
heard the
Yep, and
stories
you
of them
just
waking up
ruined
in
their
the
fucking high.
hospital.
Next thing
Mad
you
the
know,
police
they
having
gotta
their
rob
stash.
someone, hit the pawn shop, go get a double a double shot to combat the Narcan that's still in their system or whatever, and then they OD 4 hours later, and
You shouldn't be that passionate over
Oh
no
yeah,
stuff like
people
control.
get pissed when you Narcan them. They'll fight you. You got to hit it and then step away.
Yeah, I done
I don't I
heard
don't I don't think we're
something.
changing laws to decriminalize or legalize. I don't think we're gonna get there. It's just a lot of political bureaucracy and red tape and bullshit. I think the best thing that we could really do is just the EMTs like, oh, we got a late call and we showed up late and he was already unalived.
What do you mean? There's going to be regulations to decriminalize and legalize. We've already seen it happen on a state level. We see it happening
No, I mean
slowly with
like if like
marijuana.
federally
Now ketamine and mushrooms are being
like
normalized.
federally, if we went with Portugal, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think they're gonna decriminalize everything across the board.
Not right
Make
away.
the parent. The parentings ain't parenting.
If the
If the
Democrats have
parents
their way,
want
we
to
will,
worry about.
because it'll get them the vote.
Trisha Takanawa, yeah, it was actually Connie Chung, but that Trisha's funny, her name. She did a Dateline 2020 special thing in like the early 2000s or so, like 2006 or 7 maybe. You can look it up. And she interviews like a teenager and like a drug rehab type dude that runs like a rehab type facility thing because they no longer put him in jail. They they find a couple of like 16-year-olds and they follow them around for the day or whatever. So what do you guys do? We go to clubs like dancing and disco and music and whatever. No booze, no drugs, no nothing. It's just a hobby thing. The kids like to dance. And they're like, "Oh, do you drink? No. Do you smoke weed? No. Well, why not? Because then you end up like that guy and then they're pointing to the left and the camera pans left and it's an alleyway with a bunch of people laid, slouched over with needles hanging out their arm. So in like one generation, only a few years at that point, they basically, the young generation
You
does
talking
not
about
want to do
Portugal?
anything. Yes, they don't want to drink, they don't want to smoke, they don't want to do nothing because it's a slippery slope into winding up like that guy. We know that that's probably not necessarily
Well, we
true.
see
We're
that
like,
even if drugs are illegal.
right, not Narcanning them and not kick him off the street, they get worse. And then the kids in society see that and they're like, damn, there's no safeguards, there's no guardrails. So if I smoke weed, I'm going to end up turning into that. I don't want to do that. So I'm not even going to smoke weed. And I don't even think that if you start smoking weed, it's a gateway necessary. I mean, yeah, it can be, but it's not like a
Yeah, the
guarantee to
gateway
start
drug is a
smoking weed.
bad argument because
But the kids down there are
it's like
convinced that
saying an
if they,
ollie is a gateway
yeah,
skateboard trick.
but the kids down there, they are convinced that if you start smoking weed, you're gonna end up like the fucking junkie on heroin in the alley there. And that's not a bad thing for kids to think. Because now you have kids who aren't doing sex, aren't doing booze, aren't partaking in all of these bad things because they don't want to wind up like the example that's keeling over in the alley. Because the government's like, we ain't saving your ass no more. You can get up and go to the fucking rehab, we'll do that. But as far as like, oh, you're not supposed to be on the sidewalk shooting up. We don't fucking care. And I think if we just kind of let that kind of shit happen here, society would shift a little bit. Parents wouldn't let their kids out in the streets because they're not safe because of all the junkies. Yeah, well, give them long enough, they'll take care of themselves, and they can only strengthen their dose so long before they take the final dose. Then the biggest expense is somewhat, like when a deer gets hit on the highway, you got to pay the highway guy to go out there with the truck and scoop it up. That's basically, you got to pay the meat truck to go downtown and go pick up the mess on the sidewalk. But then at least the next day the diner opens up and there's no homeless people, there's no needles, but as long as you maintain safeguards, you're like, oh wait, so I could shoot up heroin for the first time, and if it goes badly, somebody else will get me out of trouble. They'll save me. It just removes accountability.
Putting up safeguards, that open up the whole bag that we got 50 states. Let's give all the drug addicts one of them and let them do what the fuck they want to do and they can't leave the
That
state.
that's probably the smartest thing that you said all day. Give them fucking Washington. Everybody, go out to Washington. Free needles and free everything. Eventually, they will crash
I
out.
was
But
thinking Alaska.
it's awfully cold, and I don't know.
That's damn right. That's what they need.
I don't know if you've looked at a map, but I don't think you can actually walk there without breaching through Canada.
Yeah, put them on a boat. And they can just wander their ass back. Go to Alaska, you can do all the dope you want to do, man. Fuck with the polar bears.
And they give you free
Build an
needles
igloo.
and cotton balls
Yeah.
and spoons, whatever the hell they need.
You get an
Everything.
igloo and a motherfucking
Tweezers with flashlights,
2 tennis rackets for your shoes.
Coricidin cough and cold and double A battery. I don't know, whatever recipes they need. All of it in Alaska.
Yeah, that's the safeguard. Go into that argument, Josh will be like, I agree with that. I agree with that. He'll lose the argument out real quick. I agree with that.
And let's say we only use exactly half of the current budget being wasted for rehabs and jailing. We took half of that money in 1 year and just used that to ship them all out there and buy them a bunch of needles. And they're like, but those needles are only going to last them 6 months. That's fine. They probably won't be there in 6 months. The problem will take care of
Right.
itself.
And the ones that go to jail from Alaska, well, they wouldn't really go to jail. Well, murder, crime, stuff still go on. They go to jail for. They get privatized prisons, so they get to work for like 25 cents an hour.
Yeah, but this
Which boosts the
let
Alaska economy.
the problem deal with itself argument is funny. It's a good meme, but
Kinda.
it's not ethical. It's like saying
No, it's not. But
it's
if
not
we
saying
had
it's like saying I'm totally okay with trans and LGBTQ and abortion because
they
the
can't
left
reproduce.
can't reproduce and they're just gonna abort and have gay sex until they're not here anymore and they're gonna take care
Right.
of themselves.
But the difference is the drug thing. How long have we been fighting it? Since the 70s, since Reagan? How have
We're
we
gonna have
not
to fight
beat
it
this war
forever
yet? How have we not beat this war yet?
because labeling it as a drug war, and this is why I said like maybe
Labeling
we
it
did.
as a disease.
I wouldn't call it a disease either. Both of those things are wrong.
Oh, it's not my fault. I have a disease. It's a medical thing. It's not
Yeah.
my fault. I have a disease.
Yeah,
the
I'd
disease
said
put the
I
needle in
don't
my
think it's a
arm every time.
disease.
The disease of addiction.
But
It's real,
also,
Josh.
It's like the big beautiful bill.
you
It has stuff
also
the left likes and it
you're
has the
also
stuff that
being
the
you're
right
also
likes.
being flippant, so I don't think you've ever been like
It's
I don't
it's
think you've
because
ever been addicted to heroin.
no, I've never been, but I have
Okay.
seen. I have witnessed. I have never been myself.
Right. So
Don't
But I
try to
do
appeal to
you're being
authority, Josh. That's
you're
an appeal
being
to authority.
flippant. You're like, "Oh, just pull themselves up by the bootstraps. They're weak. They don't have enough willpower to do it." No, they
Josh,
don't have
have you ever
any
been black?
they don't have any willpower anymore.
That's why there should be extra emphasis on do not
You don't
go
have no
down that
willpower
path.
anymore.
Because if you go down that path, you are by yourself. And
Right.
statistically, and then
So
show them the evidence, there is no way back.
so
There's no guardrails.
how do we societally discourage people from going down that path?
Stop pulling their hand out of the fire.
No, you tell them if you do it, you're going to prison.
I
It's
don't
pretty
think
simple.
so.
If you murder people, you go to prison. Does it stop murders?
And from the other side, if we legalize it, now all of a sudden you got heroin billboards. You have a profit
Like-
incentive.
How long does heroin and meth and those hard stuff stay in your system? At least with weed, it's like months if you're a fat guy. 30 days a skinny
30
dude,
days.
but the hypey stuff, the uppers, 3 days, 5 days. And if
Yeah.
you're 3 days of just using it for 2 days later, you ain't slept yet and you've just been working out, you've been
What's the
ripping the
point?
copper out of your pipes, out of your walls. How are you going to prove if you use, you go to jail? You said if they use, they go to jail, right?
Well, if
How do you
f-
prove
I-
they're using?
you catch them with the drug on them.
The same way that we catch drug dealers simply dealing, not using,
Yeah.
just dealing?
Yeah, if you're selling drugs, if you're manufacturing
but
drugs,
that's
if you're
gonna-
transporting drugs, if you're
Sure.
using drugs, if you're procuring drugs, you go to
If anything
jail.
with the word drug in it, you go to jail. I agree. Isn't that the notion right now? Isn't that the narrative right now?
Yeah, but the
They
debate
pull
is
you
that
over and they find 2 grams of
Yeah.
powder, you're going to jail?
Yeah.
Problem is still here. That's not a good solution.
Why?
I'm a traditional man in the sense that I see a problem and my brain just starts to turn to try to find a solution to fix the problem, not
Okay.
find a solution that makes face and just looks good but doesn't actually
But
solve the
regardless, you're
problem.
not
I get
even trying to
frustrated.
you're not
I
even
get frustrated to
taking
see the problem after still seeing a problem after I apply a solution. So if their solution is drugs, anything, go to
Oh
jail.
my
Okay, the
god, this
problem's
is
gone.
of course if things are illegal, people are still going to break the law.
So Josh, you saying they should go to jail for life?
This is like
And
saying
length of the sentence.
murder's
Are you
illegal,
saying
but
length of
people
the
still
sentence?
murder. Like you're not even arguing
No,
for
but
legalization.
I'm saying like Reagan really started the war on drugs. Well, that was
Yeah.
fucking. It doesn't feel like 50 years, but it's been basically 50 years.
I know, and
Where are we at with things?
it's been a big problem.
The solution they identified a problem, they thought of a
What
solution
do you
and
think it's
applied it.
racist?
The solution is not working. It is
And
time to go back to
actually,
the drawing
no,
board and
actually
find something that
I don't
will
even agree with
work.
this. I think it has been an effective solution. I think it's reduced usage and addiction rates across the country. Now
That's it. We only have one metric. Uh, we don't have a contrast
every
to do
country
a
where
study
we
with.
saw them crack down on drugs, we saw drug usage go down. That's what I was showing in that thing. The guy was putting up the things before. They did it in Colombia, drug use went down. Even when we just put a warning on the cigarette packs, cigarette use went down. All these
I watched
things.
I watched a video yesterday in Ghana. There's two dudes. It was about marijuana. They had about a 2-acre plot that they grew. It didn't look like anything fancy, but then the guy says, "How much are you going to get for the entire every time you harvest?" He said, "About 100 to $125 in 2 acres. 2 acres. How many plants could you grow in 2 acres?" And he sells the whole fucking harvest for $100. That's why in Ghana the laws have the effect that they do, because their economy is different. We don't actually
I
have
didn't
something to compare
I
next.
said Colombia, but
Well,
that's
Colombia, right,
about
but
cocaine.
all over they have different laws. What I'm saying is the U.S. applied a solution. We don't have the hell's a control. We don't have a U.S. nation absent these laws to compare it to be like,
We
see,
do. We tried it in Portland, or we tried it in Washington and Oregon.
I'm s You said in the last 50 years that the drug thing's gotten better. How can you say that? You don't have a control to compare it to.
Year over year, drug use from prior to
That's not true.
I'm saying if we had an alternate
prior to the
universe,
drug war,
if we had an
the
alternate
No, that's
numbers
not
the
universe,
true.
numbers
if
go
the
down.
US, if we had an
Fentanyl
alternate,
wasn't even out back then, and more people died off fentanyl than they have off opioid drug
But
prescription pills.
overdose rates aren't the same
Fentanyl
as
wasn't even out back then.
overdose rates are not the same. Synthetic overdose rates, which is fentanyl deaths, is not the same stat as drug users.
just like COVID deaths when they got into a accident going 90 miles an hour, they
It
jotted it
is
down
the
in
same
No,
COVID.
stat.
what?
Just Google it. Just say
How is
What
that?
I'm
How
what
is
I'm
that a
saying
sequitur?
is
Like, what's
what
how
I'm
does that even
okay.
makes?
Okay, let me lay my plane. What I'm saying is the last 50 years, we've only had one thing to extract data from. The USA, the last 50 years and our stats. We don't have another country with the same exact dynamic, a control that has a different law that handles it differently. Because if we didn't do it the way we're doing it now, our stats would be different. We don't have a something to contrast to. So you can say year over year, the blah 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 is doing whatever.
but
Okay, but if 50 years ago we did not implement this law, and on a second alternate
But I
universe
gave you
we
multiple
let the
examples,
path
and
go a different way, then you would have a different control that you could compare to say that, see, this solution year over year is having a benefit compared to what?
yeah,
You don't
and
have anything to compare it to.
unfortunately, with policy making, we're not always going to have that. So you got to
Right,
use
we're both sides, left and right, are always just kind of guesstimating,
yeah,
fingers crossed,
you got to use a
hoping
little
that
bit of
their
common sense. But
solution works.
we do have examples of where we see tightening up regulation, increasing punishments, reducing accessibility leads
Right.
to less drug use.
That inspires bigger, greater bills and laws to be applied elsewhere. Hey, it worked here, let's try it here.
So what?
But what I'm saying is just the notion of like, oh, just keep pulling their hand out of the fire. It's not their fault. And no, I know people who have just
I
been
just want to be
shitty
Do you think
everybody's
communities for
daddy.
20
do you think
Can't
years.
be
do you
everybody's
think when
daddy,
they
guys.
took guns away in Australia and they did their gun buyback and they made guns illegal and blah blah blah, do you think it increased the number of guns that people had or decreased the number of guns that people had?
In Australia,
Yeah,
decreased.
of course.
But that's a
Simple
different
answer.
dynamic. That's a
It's
different
That's a
exactly the
dynamic.
minus
same
when you
thing.
say
Do you
take
think
away.
if
You
alcohol
waste
is do you think if alcohol is legal versus illegal, there are going to be more do you think if alcohol is legal, there's going to be more DUI deaths or less DUI deaths than if it was illegal?
If alcohol is legal, you're gonna get more DUIs.
Of course. These aren't hard questions. These aren't gotcha
Right, right.
questions.
Exactly, which is why
But
I'm
they're not
answering
making
you
any
correctly in
point.
good faith.
Right. So if heroin is illegal or if heroin is legal, do you think there's going to be more heroin overdose deaths or less heroin overdose deaths if it's legal?
Probably more. If it's legal,
Okay, right.
probably more. And
Yeah.
I am only advocating that that's not a bad idea because my kind of view is like, let these people, the bottom
Yeah, it's
feeders,
just
the
a
drain
eugenics
of
argument.
society, let them take care of themselves. If they
Right.
want to hurt themselves and go on to the Never Never Land, let them.
Yeah, and I've heard this one before and
You're
it's
like,
not
I don't like junkies outside my restaurants.
it's
Fucking
not
let them take.
compelling.
Stop advocating to put them in rehab to get out a week later,
Right.
or to
So
get out however long it is, and then a week later he's back in front of your restaurant doing the same thing that his willpower destines him
so
to do.
so
That's
why
what he
don't
wants to
we
do.
get rid of speed limits and why don't we legalize prostitution and I mean there's a lot of things we could do with this
What
logic.
would legalizing No, no, because you asked me that question a little while ago of have you done it? What's the word you used? Have I done heroin? No. So then I don't
The
know how
re
it feels
well
to
no
not have control over my body and
right,
be
the reason I
driven by
ask
a
is cuz
drug. And
when people are all flippant like that and they're like, "Well, they just
can
need
you
to."
define flippant? I genuinely don't. What does that mean?
When you're like you're brushing it off like it's nothing. It's like, "Oh, they should just
No,
th-
I
it's
understand.
just willpower. They just need to
I have
tighten up."
I
Like
have family members, I have friends, I have seen this. I'm almost 40. I've seen this stuff for a long time. I myself have never really I mean I tried coke a couple times and I sneezed one time and pissed my buddy off. Um I've never really been for pills. I like smoking my weed. I don't like needles. I'm diabetic, but I don't like needles. I don't No, I just like smoking my weed. I knew better than to do the hard shit because I look at dummy down the road who's doing hard shit and he has a hard fucking life.
yeah.
Other people aren't smart enough and they fall victim to it, sure. Well, then put the
Yeah,
liability on the
I
parents
get
for not teaching their kids.
before they ever do it, they should have used their free will and they should have used their reason and their logic to say I'm not going to do this. But once they've done it and once they're
Reasons out the
in
window. They have
once
no
they're
control.
yeah, their life is unmanageable. There's no
Yep.
control. There's no the only thing you can do with a person like that is lock them up. I don't like
Or you just let them fade away into the
just
nothingness
let them die. Yeah.
and then they're gone. And then you have Portugal, where the teenagers think that
Okay,
if you
well,
kiss
why do
a boy,
we
you're going to get pregnant. And if you smoke weed, you're 10 minutes later, you'll be in the alley with a needle out your arm. They can't explain how smoking weed relates to getting a needle in your arm, but
you
that's what they say.
would you say the same thing about like I don't know, like AIDS people? Like we shouldn't do any research into curing AIDS because it's their life choices that landed them with AIDS. Just like let them die.
Are we getting conspiracy theories here? Because I kind of think that AIDS was a government op thing. Maybe
Well, okay. Well, that I guess that
fair enough.
destroys that
Okay,
example.
okay, fair enough.
uh, see, I was
Drugs and some other policies, like things your name. So we should just allow the speed limit. I mean,
no,
most
I was
people
gonna
are
say,
sober when they're driving.
should we just stop doing cancer research because it's expensive and maybe we can't beat it and just let them die? But then you would say, but they didn't choose to have cancer.
Well, I was thinking about this earlier when you started the stream, was going through the kratom stuff. I think it was Goon that brought up a deer, a a genus, a species of deer that's allergic to a berry or something, and they moved away from that region of the country that had that berry, and we had the discussion of like, well, maybe it's a genetic thing, a mutation, a genetic mutation that two deer have a baby, and that baby cannot eat the fruit in that region. So it's either going to die, survival of the fittest, or it's going to migrate somewhere else.
Well,
So
or another thing is that you slowly start eating the berry, and then your babies can handle the berry.
but that's where my brain went to that. So like while you were talking about this earlier with the kratom and stuff, I was walking around Walmart and I saw several because
So
I'm
wait,
Walmart.
what if that happens with the junkies? What if they don't die? They just become junkie mutants.
I was at work and for whatever reason I saw several people in a very short amount of time that had glasses
If
on,
we
and it made me
legalize
think
it, they're all going to be
after
junkie mutants. They're all going to be
after
able
an
to shoot up damn
Franklin.
carfentanil and not die.
after nuclear fallout,
None of them are going to die,
hold on.
Chuck.
After a nuclear fallout and we all go back to like the 1800s type lifestyle, taking care of ourselves, fending for ourselves type thing,
Franklin is
people
off for
the people who are
heaven.
blind, how many people have glasses nowadays with really shitty vision? So if we went back to like before bifocals and glasses and shit in the wild, hunting for survival and whatnot, those people who have like really shitty sight, you break your glasses,
They
you
didn't
are not going to
exist.
survive very long, and then
That's right.
that genetic flaw
That's why
will be
optometry is
removed
an op.
from the gene pool. That means 100 years later, after a nuclear fallout and everyone goes back to survivalism, you would expect that most people who are still alive at that point do not have flawed vision, because if you can't see the lion creeping up to eat you, you're gonna go. So if we're saying that drug addiction and stuff is
Okay,
a disease,
so
hold
we
on,
have
you have
people dying on the street.
if you have people who have a genetic predisposition to addiction and disease, as if it's a DNA, a genetic thing,
I don't
let
believe that.
them fade out. Well, it's an excuse I've heard. Let them fade out. It's not their fault. It's in their DNA as to why they're addicted to alcoholism or meth or whatever. Okay, let them remove themselves from the gene pool since they have that genetic mutation, that
Right.
flaw that
So
makes them susceptible to
okay,
things like drugs and
so
addiction.
then why don't we just legalize it?
If we legalize it, then I could, in theory, if I did not have the mutation, I could do meth and be impervious to addiction. I could do it for a week and then get over it, and I'd be perfectly fine.
That's
But
not going to
anybody who has,
happen.
hold on, anybody who has flawed vision or a genetic predisposition for addiction, they will use meth one time and be fully hooked. And 6 months later, I kicked it because I don't have that gene
I don't
mutation.
believe in a
They
genetic
didn't.
predisposition to addiction, but
Well, then how do you explain that it's a disease and it's not their
it's
fault?
not. I don't argue that.
Right, you don't, but for the people that do argue that addiction is a disease, it's not their fault they put the needle in the arm. It's a disease, and a disease is
Yeah.
categorized and
This is
defined
what
as something.
legalizers would argue. They'd say since it's a disease, you shouldn't restrict them
It
from getting their
is.
medicine.
Sure, and if it's a disease and you're susceptible to ODing and whatnot on it, then by all means.
But it's not a
See,
And
disease.
the first part of addiction is denial. They don't believe they have a problem.
again, I look for solutions. So whatever the narrative is, find the
Your
solution
solution
and
is let them do drugs and die. This is what I think Teriak's going
no,
to try to
my
argue
my
too.
my A
So
to
now we have a
Z is
bunch of junkies dead in the street.
no, they're not. The meat truck comes and picks them up as they kick the bucket.
Now we got to worry about corpse
My A to
disposal.
Z, my Z is basically no more junkies out. To use your example, no more junkies outside the restaurant, the diner that's, on the sidewalk making it look bad. That's what I want. How do we get there? Let's work our way back from Z. I don't really give a shit at this point how the fuck we get there. I don't care because it's been 50
The
years
way
of
you get
let's
there
try
is you
this.
lock them
Let's try
up.
this. Let's try this. None of it's worked. Throw down the ban hammer,
I think
give a solution that works, produce results, and then after that, once the slate's been cleared, we can go back to more relaxed, liberal, open-minded ways
right,
to
but the problem
how should we
is
move forward?
they fight against this because they say it's authoritarian. You're taking away their freedoms and their rights to do
Yep,
their
yep.
drugs. And
And that's why I say to realistically go from where we are at in society with the laws they are to go where in a utopia where we think, how the hell do you bridge that gap? You don't. Either you make it completely legal. Who's going to vote for that? Okay, then decriminalize. Who's going to vote for that? You're not going to get majority on none of this. You have to pass a bill that appeases both sides to get it passed. I don't think we're getting.
Well, right.
Nobody can
And
agree on anything.
so
So
all
that's how the can gets kicked down the road for 50 years, and at the end of it, it's basically a shoulder shrug emoji of I don't know,
so all
countless
I have to
billions of
argue,
dollars.
is that for our current system, some drugs should be legalized, some should be criminalized, and some should be decriminalized. All should be regulated.
All regulated. All
Yeah.
regulated.
And that's my argument.
Tylenol, meth, heroin, weed, alcohol, quercetin, NyQuil, everything.
It's all regulated.
Weed, if you buy land, you can grow in your backyard. Still regulation.
Yeah.
Heroin, flat, no, nobody needs it, no, nothing, no at all. That's still regulation.
That's
It's
why
like
I
the
said
pot. It's like the pot tax
regulation
stamp. They did the
regulation
tax
should
stamp.
not
They just
be
didn't.
regulation should not be in the title of this debate because it's irrelevant. Like whether it's legal, illegal, decriminalized, there's always going to be regulation.
That's still quote unquote regulation, whether it's legal, illegal,
Right.
decriminalized.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So the regulation
If that's the
thing
debate,
isn't.
you've already won it, like without even saying a word, because like it's legal. That's regulation. It's illegal.
Well, no, he
Still
said
regulation.
he said all drugs should be legal with regulation. And so what I think he's going to say is, the really bad ones like fentanyl, we're just going to have a whole lot of regulations around that.
Yeah, a pot tax stamp. You can grow pot if you get a tax stamp, but we're currently not selling them. So basically, you can't grow pot.
Yeah, and
You
it's
can have heroin if you get the heroin tax stamp. Well, where do I go and get We're not offering them. So you can't get heroin now?
Yeah, I get it. We're going to have regulation no matter what. But what matters is, should it be legal? I say we can have some legal, some decriminalized, and some illegal, and regulate all of them. He has to argue that we're going to legalize all of them and regulate them. And that's crazy. I don't
The whole let the what's the thing? Let them consume themselves or something like that. That mentality, that's a fed up mentality, which is kind of where I'm at now with the drug thing, where people
and I
were
think that's
politically
where
in
he's
2016. They're just fed up and they want to see change. They want to see some actual results.
I think that's where he's going to go with it. I think he's going to go let them eliminate themselves, and we can make a lot of money and boost the economy along the way. So we can make money and we can eliminate these drug users, let them just self-eliminate themselves. And so it's a win-win. That's the only crazy Teriak argument I can see.
I don't disagree, and that's I guess a lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm not addicted, that I'm whatever that word. I've never been through the
I wasn't
trenches of
trying to do an
addiction
argument
like
to
that.
authority. When people are like, I just don't like when people are like, oh, it's all. I get it. It's all the drug user's fault because they started on it. But once you're an addict, there's no
Right, I agree. Like we can debate if this individual Harold on the corner who spends his life just panhandling and doing drugs, we can debate whether we call him either a addict or self-inflicted or diseased or
Yeah.
but at the end of the debate, that Harold is still on the fucking corner. What do we do about him?
Right. And
The
he's not
problem
he
is
can't
still
will
there.
but I'm just saying he can't will himself out of that.
Right. But
There's
it's like
no
a lot of these debates and conversations politically that like, oh, we should
I
change the law to
guarantee
this
you
or
every
that.
day Harold's like, man, I wish I wasn't doing this. But
Probably, but he doesn't have the willpower to do it. And I empathize with that. But at the same time, the policy that has been for the last 50 years, whatever, Reagan, it's not working. So it's like year over year, results are getting better. Compared to what?
if you decriminalize possession, people aren't going to suddenly try heroin and crack in large numbers. there isn't a good broad public opinion on them. Yeah, I know you keep making this argument, Wally. It's not a good
Yeah.
argument.
Well, I mean,
We're not
if
talking
you
about
if
decriminalizing. We're talking about legalizing, which means
yeah, if I could go to the gas station tomorrow and just walk in and the top shelf has meth, heroin, kratom,
you
crocodile,
might try
all the
it.
whatevers. No. No, because again, family and friends. I know lots of people who are stupid to begin with and
But
make poor choices like
no,
staying
but
out for a
see,
4-day weekend, not showing up to work on Monday, or partaking in those drugs.
okay,
And
but you're looking at this from a narrow perspective where you grew up in a world where all of these things were uh
I've tried Pep Spice.
stigmatized.
I tried K2. K2, in my opinion, it has heroin like tendencies. You could be asleep at go to bed at
Yeah.
midnight, smoke a bowl, and go to midnight. You're gonna wake up at
Well, it
2:30,
depends on what you get.
itching.
Yeah,
You
K2's
gonna wake up, and it's like, why am I awake at 2:30? Like, what's my brain?
okay. So
It
you
wants
tried
that
it
K2.
because
I
it
did.
was easily
Yep.
accessible. It was at the
Yep.
gas
Gas
station and you
station,
tried some.
$10 for a
Yeah.
jar. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so good job just disproving your own argument that you were trying to
No,
make there.
maybe I have a genetic strength that other people
No,
don't.
stop with the genetic strength crap. That
Then what? Then
Hold
how
on.
was I able to
I
stop?
didn't get to finish my point.
I'm sorry.
We've all grown up in this world where heroin and crack and meth are stigmatized and the public opinion of them is low and everybody's like, I don't want to be a crackhead, I don't want to be a junkie, I don't want to be a tweaker. Those people are always look like jerks in movies. I don't want to be like them. But if you grew up in a world where those things were sold at the gas station and where those things were taxed and regulated, and there were lobbyist groups behind the manufacture of them that are helping politicians. There will be marketing campaigns. There's going to be advertising campaigns. There's going to be commercials. There's going to be
Yep.
magazines. There's going to be
To
billboards.
sell,
Now all
Quick
of a
Trip is gonna
sudden,
have ads for all of this stuff on the
yeah,
top shelf.
now all of a sudden, 2 generations from now, your kid wants to go into the store and he can't wait till he turns 18 to buy some of the new meth.
Because we ain't buying cigarettes no more. We're
And he's
looking at
going
the
to get
top
his big
shelf.
brother to buy it. When he's 12, he's going to get his big brother to buy it for him.
Or he's gonna just steal half a pack of whatever the hell we're talking about from his big brother while he's sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same way cigarettes and booze have been.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the broad public opinion argument goes out the window once you legalize it and it becomes profitable to market and manufacture and
I
distribute
don't
it.
think we should legalize it. I think humans are self-destructive. We choose the bad things, like the Cat Williams skit. It's $90 for the light bill. I've been waiting to light these motherfucking candles.
Yeah.
Do you know how fucking true that is? Why is that funny? Why is that part of the skit funny? Because it's true as shit. When that electric bill is due and it's $100 and you only got half of it and you scared and worried about what the fuck you gonna do, you going down to the gas station, you spending $10 on a jar of whatever the hell it is,
$100? What the fuck? I
and
mean, you
you
cut
gonna
your
you,
lights off for $100.
and you gonna light some fucking candles. But if
Yeah.
you're the type of person that doesn't have the mental
'Cause
fortitude,
the
then
dark
maybe we don't need you in society.
the dark ain't so bad when you're high.
I guess you don't need some.
Yeah,
Okay,
whatever.
if I go do a bunch of bad choices that lead to bad results, why is it somebody else's responsibility to pay for my mistakes? That is where my mentality comes from. I don't want to be a
Don't we
drain on
all have
society.
mental?
I was a drain on society for a long time. I was not adulting the
I'd
best that I
rather
could.
I'd
And that's
rather
kind
pay
of
the minor amount that I have to pay to keep prisons running than the big amount that I have to from property values going down, businesses going out of
Wait a minute, y'all talking like
business,
prisoners?
shit being in the streets, needles being in the streets, crazy junkies running up onto you on the subway with their clothes off, nutting on your face.
That's
Oh,
the
you're talking about
mentality
like
of someone
really
that
out
drives a
there
90 that's the mentality of someone that
Just
drives a
imagine some
92 Civic
crackhead
with
on the
4 bald
subway
tires
whacking
and
it.
thinks that their vehicle is just fine.
You seen these crackheads whacking it on the subway?
That's
I
crazy.
saw a Dave Chappelle skit where he was talking about it.
Yeah, they be doing it. They just
Yeah.
be nutting on
Does that
strangers.
does that idea make you uncomfortable? Would you rather it not happen? Well, simply if we just stop Narcaning these mofos, that guy might not be there in a month.
Narcan doesn't do anything for crack and flocka and meth.
Why not just lock them in an asylum?
Okay, you mentioned numbers and statistics that year over year is getting better. When we were kids, me and you, when we were kids, crack was the big thing. There was no meth. That was like 5-star bubble kush, 6-star bubble kush at the time. You couldn't find meth because it was so rare and good. Fentanyl? Did anyone know what fentanyl was back in the early 2000s?
No, it was
These are modern problems. Modern problems require
yeah,
modern solutions.
and
This isn't cocaine and freebasing.
legalizing it will drive potency because potency drives the market.
I disagree. I disagree. Marijuana legalized
You
in
disagree?
Michigan.
Legalizing marijuana, what did it do to the
in
potency
Michigan,
of the weed?
it went down.
Bullshit. I know. I heard you guys talking about this the other night. No.
Bro, I'm telling you, you have
Marijuana.
always been able
No.
to find medical top shelf shit that was grown with love, good yummy stuff. But now you can go to any shop in Michigan or a
It
legal
used to
shop
be.
near you.
No, it used to be regs and mids, and there was
Yeah.
one guy that had dro. There was
Yep.
one guy that had dro. We didn't know what kind of name it was.
Yep. You
and
didn't know the strain.
It
You
was
just
the
knew
good
it was
stuff.
Yep.
But that
But if you
stuff is the common. That's what everybody has now.
No.
And now the
Google
good
shit.
stuff
Google it.
is
Google
like
it.
some
Google it
nuclear
for you
moon
spit
rock
ignorance. Google it.
creation.
A lot of commercial growers.
I don't need
can't
to
remember
Google this to know this. I don't need to.
It's
I
an
don't need to Google.
acronym. They're growing subpar weed on
No,
purpose
20
because it has a faster turnover.
20% dro was crazy numbers when I was a kid.
Yeah, this ain't your granddad's, Cadillac.
I know. Now that since it's been legal, now 39%.
right.
Now you can get crystals.
No.
You can get THC crystals that are 99%.
Concentrates. Yeah, but I'm telling you, 10 years ago,
You know what
the
concentrates
super rare,
were when I was a kid? It was hash.
which are not good. No, I'm the super nummy nugs.
What do you
we used
mean it
to call
hasn't gotten more
nugs.
potent?
Okay, 10, 15 years ago, the stuff we would consider nugs, the super light green, like you pick it up and drop it on your table and a bunch of dust falls off of it.
Yeah.
That shit 10, 15 years ago is better than the mid to upper shelf stuff you can get in the shops today. Why? Because they're commercial. It's a dude running
I don't think
business
I
who
don't
wants profit.
I
If
don't
they
think that's
rush the
true.
process, how many grows can you get out of an indoor setup in a year, in a 12-month period?
Yes, of course the bud that
Doing
I
it the
got
right way.
my one friend who grows one plant in his room and he treats it like his child. Of course that's going to be better quality than the mass.
That is the nugs you got 15
But
years ago.
I
That
can't
was
even
the kind of quality
you
you
can't
got.
even find regs anymore.
No, like the Mexican brickweed where it was like your
Yeah,
thumb was
where
an
like you
ounce
see
of,
the shape
a
of the
walnut.
you
Yeah.
see the shape of the cellophane in the weed after you take the cellophane off of it.
All right. How much was that ounce of brickweed 10 years, 15 years ago? 20, 30 bucks an ounce because it was so gross?
Yeah, it was something like that.
The quality you find because it's been legalized and commercialized and
It's like
whatever,
20 seeds per
average
gram.
quality, if you were lucky. The quality that they grow nowadays, it's not your granddad's weed. It's better, but the scale for the dollar to quality ratio is not linear. The stuff you can get nowadays, you can't find top shelf. You get like mid shelf, and you look at it and it looks to bomb. It smells to bomb, maybe if you're lucky. And then you grind it up and put it in your bowl, and you're like,
I get the best weed in the world.
Or
I
maybe
swear
we're
the
just
nugs,
getting
I swear the nugs from 10 years ago was better than this. No, it really was. And the scientific thing behind it, no, they are
I
the
think this is
commercial.
relative. You're just getting more tolerant.
Oh no,
You get
I
more
have gone to
tolerant because
just
you're smoking higher quality weed all the time, and now you have a higher tolerance.
Yeah, this shit
Plus, we're
40%.
older. It affects us
no. I'm
differently.
telling.
Potency is definitely going up. I don't care what
It
Google
depends.
says.
It depends. No, I'm looking up now because I can't think of the acronym what it stands for, but
They
it's
got
not
infused weed. They ain't even got
when
regular weed. They got
okay
all
when
kinds
I
of weed
when
that's
I,
better
when
than
I go
all.
when I go online to buy seeds from a seed bank, I'm buying legit shit to be like your buddy with one plant in his basement that
Yes,
grows God's
cannabis
vagina.
potency has
Okay,
increased since
the
legalization,
commercial
with
the
the THC
commercial
content
growers
in many products now significantly higher than in previous decades. For
the
example,
commercial
the average THC level
in
in cannabis products
concentrates.
has quadrupled since the 1990s, and
Yeah,
some
yeah,
concentrated products can reach nearly 100%
yep.
THC.
I
That's
can
exactly
shit in
what
a
I said.
I can shit in a
The
Ziploc.
dro in our days
Okay.
was like 19%. Now you can get like 40%. That
I
was
can shit
unheard
in a
of.
bag. I can shit in a paper bag and they can test it and it will come out with like
Dude,
let's say
Jack Harrer had
1%. Let's say
Jack Harrer had the
1%.
world
They
record.
can they can
He
The
pulls the carbon
I
dates to
remember
reality.
I remember in 2000 in like late 90s and
That testing
2000
don't work.
the Cannabis Cup winner in Amsterdam, it was like 22% THC in the bud. Now 22% is like mid shelf at the
I
dispensary.
wouldn't buy it.
You've gotten dabs from a shop before?
Uh Dabs,
So,
I've
yeah,
gotten
wax.
cartridges.
Some a buddy came over to your house and was like, "Want some dabs?" It came from a shop. Like, have you ever tried it, seen it? Where
I've
do you
done
think that stuff comes from? Buds or trim?
They make it from the trim probably.
They make it from trim. How much THC is in trim?
Doesn't matter because they
Approximately.
concentrate it.
Let's say the plant is 30%. How
This
much
is
is in the
irrelevant.
trim?
They
Half a
concentrate
percent.
it. Why are we
Yep.
comparing concentrate to flour? I'm
Because
talking
what you're
about
buying is
flour.
because
I'm
what you're
talking
buying
about
is not what
flour. I'm talking
because
about
what
the
you're buying
best
is not
dro
what
that
you
you could
think.
get was probably 18 to 22% when
And I'm telling
we were
you,
teenagers.
when you buy a
Now,
bag,
when you
when you
go to
buy
the
a bag,
dispensary, the average buds is going to be 18 to 22%.
according
The
to
good
what? The
stuff is going
sticker
to
on the
be
label? According to
35,
what? The sticker
40.
on the label? You said months ago you've grown weed before. The bud on the top closest to the light and the bud on the bottom farthest from the light are two different buds. Okay.
Uh-huh.
When they do testing, do you think they're grabbing the bud on the top or the bud on the bottom? So they're grabbing one of a handful of buds at the top to test it and say 29%, and then the rest of the fucking plant gets labeled 29%.
Yeah,
When you
this
grab a
is
bag,
all
you walk in on a Tuesday and you get a 3.5 of whatever the hell
this
it
is all
is,
fine
and
and
you're like,
dandy.
damn, it's
If you're
29%.
if you're
And then you open it.
denying listen, you can say all this stuff and it's all fine. If you're denying that the potency of
Has
marijuana
improved.
since
No,
it's
it
been
has.
illegalized,
It has.
of
It
course it
has, but
has.
not, like I said, not linear to in comparison to the
So that's
price.
what we've been arguing this whole time, and I'm right. Of course. This is undeniable.
The weed has gotten stronger. That does not necessarily mean when you go into a shop and it says 29% that you're actually getting some
That's
29% because I
whatever.
grow
That's
strains
irrelevant.
that are 24%.
It
And I
doesn't
promise
matter.
you,
I don't
dollars to
care.
donuts. I'll
None of
pay
this
for your plane
matters.
ticket. Come sample mine versus that quote unquote 29%. And you'll feel the way I do. That ain't 29.
I
Because
don't think
I
I'm gonna
don't
even know
know.
the
I don't know.
difference.
I know in
I
I'm not gonna know the
2005,
difference. I'm just gonna smoke it and get high, and I'm gonna be like, that's cool. I really don't care.
for the connoisseurs, we notice that it's bullshit. It's
I
bullshit.
think the connoisseurs bullshit
The
themselves. I don't
bottom
think that it
line, the bottom line has came up
I am a
in the last 20
connoisseur.
years.
What are you talking about? I've been doing this my whole life, and I think it's bullshit. It's just something that weed snobs say. It's like,
So you don't believe it when it says 29%?
no, I don't care.
Well, because it's a lie. So it doesn't matter what.
Right.
Well,
My
you're not a
point.
connoisseur then if you don't care.
No, I think the connoisseurs are just weed snobs. I'm a connoisseur. They're just snobs. They're like,
Fine, I'm a fucking snob. I only grow the
I
dopest
need that.
dope you ever
Oh, this
smoked.
is
And
only
if you go to Michigan,
32%. I want 33%. Shut
I
up.
don't.
Connoisseurs are supposed to be snobby. That's
Shut up.
be
that's what
connoisseur.
I do. Yep.
No, you don't have to be a
I
snobby
liked it.
connoisseur.
I liked it more better 20 years ago when I could just go to my dude and he opened his little box
Whatever.
and he had the cheap Mexican brickweed. He had the okay
Regs, mids,
mids,
and
and
dro.
then he had some like fire dusty, super light green, dense, like got triple bagged God's vagina. I can smell it from a mile away type shit.
Okay, this is
And
irrelevant.
nowadays, you can't find that God's vagina stuff in a shop. I've
Okay,
looked.
whatever. The point was, I said legalization drives potency. It
It
will
raised the
increase
bottom line.
it
That's
will
it.
increase potency. And you said, "No,
All
it doesn't." And I said, "What
all
about
that
weed?"
all that did was help poor people. Poor people who only have $20 instead of buying dirty ditchweed with seeds in it, they get some mediocre whatever the fuck. But for the snobs, as you say, the quality has gone down because it's been commercialized, and the people that own these facilities that run 200 plants per building, 9 buildings on their property, they care
Right.
about getting
But
3
what you're
runs a year
missing,
off of.
hold on,
They
wait.
don't care.
Hold on, hold
about
on, hold
profit.
on, hold on. What you're missing is that what they're growing in mass and just pumping out like that, that's the new regs. So you're comparing that garbage.
Yep.
You're
Nope.
comparing
What I'm
that garbage
comparing
trash
is
weed that they're pumping out for mass quantity sales. You're comparing that to the dro
against
from
my
back in the
own,
day.
again,
Compare that
no.
to the regs and the mids from back in the day.
No, I
And then
have always
compare the
compared
high
the best.
grade from today to the high grade from back then.
Go to a shop and
See,
get the tell
that's
them
where you're wrong.
go walk it.
You're comparing the mid
No,
grade of today to the high grade of back then, and you're
do you think I
comparing the
smoke
high
mid
grade of
grade? Do you think I smoke mid grade or lesser at all? Are you confused? And that's what you're implying. What I'm saying is I've
if
gone
you
to
don't believe in
shops.
percentages, you definitely
Oh
smoke
my
mid
god, I've
grade.
gone to shops too.
Okay,
You
what I'm
don't believe in
You're
percentages, so you definitely
comparing
smoke mid grade.
I go to
you're
shops and I
comparing
ask them for the dopest dope I've ever smoked. What's the best thing you
But if
have?
you
And I
don't
take it
believe in
home and I
percentages,
compare it to mine. And mine, maybe I'm a little biased, mine is better.
Okay.
Now
Well,
they're everyday shit
you
for
growing
20
with
bucks. We got
hydroponics.
30 strains. It's all
You growing with
$20.
hydroponics.
Yes, I do.
They wasn't
If I
growing
go
like
if
that back then.
No, they weren't growing like that back in the day. So when you saw
they
the old
were. They
dude
were. It
with
was just hard to find.
in a fish tank maybe. But if you
Yeah.
knew the right dude, he had the super all-star shit. You just had to pay for it. Now when I walk around to my local dealer, I can't find any of that super duper double bubble donkey fart OG. I can't where it's all
And you're
mid-grade shit.
saying,
I
I
go to the
bet you're
shops. I can't
saying,
find anything fancy. Now if I say what's
and
your cheapest thing that you got here, you won't find brickweed. Hell no, it
You can't
all
even
looks good. You can't find brickweed no
yeah.
more. It doesn't exist because
right
legalization
because
brought up the
the
bottom
potency
line.
right
It
because
brought up the bottom line.
the potency has gone up.
But for us old people who want
When they
something
legalized it,
delicious
the
every
potency
single
went up.
time,
So it's almost
the
like what I've been saying this whole time is right.
no, the
Hey, you
bottom
probably doing
line
well,
went up.
bro.
You show
Go
up
to them.
you show
Anyway,
up to one of my barbecues and you bring me some stuff that you got from a shop and
I
it's
don't
not
buy
like the
weed from
super
the
duper
shop.
double
I go to
bubble
the
donkey
park.
fart OG. Do you think that guy's selling the double the bubble donkey fart OG?
I think what he's got's not that different than what's in the shop.
It's probably I don't even know it, but I'm willing to bet it's better than what's in the shop because what's in the
It's not.
shop is bare bones minimum, commercially grown as fast as possible.
And
Don't
if
let it
it's
mature.
bottom
I don't
top,
care.
top
I want
big
3
shit
runs
top.
in a year so I can meet my financial nut.
Yeah, I get all
It all
this.
depends on what
Anyway,
shelf
I'll
you
look.
buy.
I gotta go to bed. We got VK tonight, and so I finished
You know you're
writing.
gonna get booted.
Oh, you got to join tonight, Freddie, because we're doing race and culture.
No.
Race and culture. Wow.
Yeah, we're talking about race, so I need you to come up there. We need some diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Diversity, equity, inclusion. That's DEI. I thought you was Republican. Did you go Democrat?
Yeah, we need some DEI in the VK tonight.
I might
Oh
come up. It's
no,
Friday.
you were
And
betrayed. You betrayed the Republican Party. And you on DEI.
maybe.
And James, you got to bring your Switch to DebateCon. You got Mario Kart?
Yeah, I got Mario Kart World. I told you.
Oh shit, we gonna play some Mario Kart World.
Yeah, but that was the one that my my parents got me for my birthday. It was the one with Mario Kart World.
Well, bring all the stuff to hook it up to the TV.
Just a question, just curious. If they did legalize everything and everything went commercial and whatnot, do you think that the hard drugs would get stronger or weaker? Like just like
Stronger.
cannabis did. So just like cannabis did, you think it would get stronger?
Yeah.
Eventually, what would that end up doing? If you're someone who's normal, your body can do a whatever dose of
That means if you're
weak
rich, you
They would
gotta
just
have
have
a
cannabis
rich
stuff.
doctor to prescribe you the
they'd
hard.
have levels. So they like people talk about fentanyl. ISO and carfentanil are both stronger than ISO is 10 times stronger than fentanyl. Carfentanil is 100 times stronger than fentanyl. So
Money
it's
talks
it's
and bullshit
it's
walks.
elephant tranquilizer. So
But to the average street user today, if tomorrow they could go to a gas station and get their stuff, how would they know the difference? Uh,
I don't know,
If
but
if
On the
if
price,
if
they
the
can't
quality
afford
kept
it.
if the quality kept getting stronger, wouldn't that prompt a higher risk for people ODing because the product that they're used to doing every day is now 10 times stronger because it's legal and
Supply and
commercialized?
well, no,
demand
because
always dictate price.
you'd see, and this is why it's this is nonsense, like to even think about this. But I know if we legalize drugs tomorrow, I'm buying some roofies, and all you ladies are in danger.
I guarantee if we legalize all drugs tomorrow, I don't think the amount of people that use them will go.
Because if I could,
I think it would.
I mean, I
Dave,
doubt it.
Dave's
Because
gonna
if
go get
people
some of
wanted to
that
really use
Tylenol.
them, they'd be using them right now. I don't think
Nah,
I don't
the
think they're gonna
coercion,
just
the coercion will go up
change
if it
their
was
mind.
legal. If
coercion,
I can take, yeah, the coercion, the
coercion,
motherfucking prescription,
that
going to old
coercion.
people, telling them to
Don't
try it, and then draining their bank accounts because you can walk door to door. And I got this new agent drug that decrease
All
aging,
right, all right. You guys can hang out and talk.
aging.
I've gotta go to bed. I gotta get out of here. But
But the only reason it would seem like it would go up would just be
see you
because of
later, James.
see you later. But the fact
Chuck
is,
and
it would
Freddy.
seem like it would go
Later.
up because
Later.
of
Shut up,
Love
James.
you, in love with you. Got a
the
dollar.
number of people that did not.
All right. I don't know what he's talking about. Bunch of mess. All right. My opening's written. It's only like 7 minutes. I'm not going to use the full 10 minutes. I didn't know he was going to do 10. Well, I thought it was going to be like 5 or 6 minute openings. And I messaged him and he said 10. But you don't have to use the whole 10. So we're going to come in at like 7 minutes. And I'm fine with that. But I'm going to go. We got verbal combat tonight. Hopefully Freddie shows up. It's race and culture. I am a black person expert, in case you didn't know. Now you know. I am a race expert. Thank you guys for the donos. We're going to restart the dono bar tonight. I don't expect to hit the $300 in a week, but you know, it's a good goal. It's a good goal to aim for. So thank you guys for hanging out. Boring little debate prep stream. I think I'm prepped. I think I'm ready. Probably write down a few more questions, and then I need to read that out loud and record it and time it and listen to it a few times. And then we're good. We're set. We're set. So Tuesday night, debate night. Tonight, verbal combat. Tomorrow night, Saturday night, fight night. No pay-per-view, but there should be some UFC fights on this weekend that we can watch. That's the plan for the weekend. TGIF, the F is for Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Let's go. I'm ready to take a nap. Is there anybody live right now? Dude, I don't know how to do raids or anything anymore. Why did they screw with YouTube? Why do they keep doing this? If I click on this, no, where'd it go? See it. Where's my edit box? I can't. Fuck, dude. How do I do this easier now? Reset, copy. The little. How do I get this to go away? Stream settings. Oh, I have to go to settings now instead of analytics. Okay, I figured it out. Who's live? Jim Bob is talking about black people. We're talking about race and culture tonight on what's it called? ICE protest coverage. We'll go to Jim Bob. He was making Maryland aggravated, so maybe he can keep making her aggravated. God bless you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to get out of here. I will catch you tonight. We'll be back. Oh, shoot. Now I got to fix my camera again. Whatever. I'll fix it later.